Can I have your attention, please? We're going to be starting up shortly. Good evening and welcome to the Lowell Planning Board for July 20th, 2015. Tonight we have a very busy agenda with 4 public hearings, so bear with us, please. The first matter on is 34 Berry Road, which is a definitive subdivision and a special permit for a public hearing. This matter was continued at our last meeting when the applicant indicated they want to work with the city to address some of the comments in regards to the road. And the planning board will hear a public hearing regarding the application by Landplex LLC on behalf of Timothy Grover for approval of definitive subdivision plan on the property located at 34 Berry Road, which is approximately 140 square feet of land. The proposal includes demolition of the existing 9,500 square foot building and renovation of the existing 5,800 square foot building to be used as a settlement house on proposed Lot 1. The project also includes subdivision of the property to create 4 additional parcels, Lot B2 through B5. Construction of 4 single-family residents. This proposal is also seeking a special permit for reduced lot frontage for lots B2 and B3. The site is located in the suburban single-family zoning district. And we hear the case for the applicant, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, James Flood, 549 Rogers Street, Lowell, representing Tim Grover, who is here tonight. He's the developer and the owner of the premises. And also with me is Matt Hammer of Landplex, who's our project engineer. I know you have a very busy night. It's a hot evening, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. Then I'll turn it over to Matt, and he can go over the engineering. As the notice stated, we're in front of you tonight for approval of a definitive subdivision plan for a 5-lot subdivision, along with a special permit for reduced frontage on 2 lots, being lots B2 and B3. As I previously advised the board, the parcel does contain approximately 140 square feet, and it is zoned SSF. At the present time, there's a 2.5-story brick structure containing approximately 5,800 square feet located on the lot and was previously used by the Riverside School. And there was also a single-story modular building, about 9,500 square feet, that was also used by the Riverside School. The plan is to retain the existing 2.5-story building on a proposed lot, being Lot B1 on the plan, which contains approximately 32,186 square feet, and that's to be used by Megan's house. And I think that the last meeting we explained to you what Megan's house was. The remaining approximately 108 square feet to be subdivided into 4 lots for the construction of single-family homes running in size from 22,926 is the largest. The smallest is 20,193. All homes will be built in accordance with the dimensional requirements of the City of Lowell zoning ordinance, with the exception of the frontage on lots B2 and B3, which both will have approximately 77 feet of frontage, and we're requesting a special permit from you tonight in accordance with section 5.29 of the zoning ordinance. We first appeared in front of this board on May 18th, and at the time, certain concerns were raised, primarily with the roadway, design of the homes, fire department approval, and approval by the city engineer. On May 28th, a meeting was held amongst all parties involved in the DPD offices to discuss the proposed plan and how we would intend to revise it to meet with those concerns. In accordance with the city engineer's comments, which I think you have, the entire roadway running from West Meadow Road, as it presently exists, will be reclaimed and paved in accordance with city standards. The remaining distance of approximately 100 feet will also be constructed in accordance with city standards, and we've provided that additional 10 feet to meet the concerns about Lot B5 for the turnaround. The roadway will be reclaimed and repaved in its present, as it presently exists, and it says present location. And the new portion will be in the same width as the existing road. That's why I requested a waiver as to the minimum width of the roadway. It will never be less than 22 feet, and that's in conformance with what's there now. I've gone through the subdivision rules and regulations, and there are some provisions for 20-foot travelways, so this is not out of the ordinary. We also requested a waiver of sidewalks. What we are proposing is a porous pavement strip located adjacent to the roadway that can be used as a sidewalk. And Matt will go into that when he discusses the new engineering. We also requested a waiver of the curbing along the area of the existing roadway and the southwesterly portion of the roadway to be constructed opposite the homes. The roadway is designed so all water flow will flow towards this section of the roadway where the homes are being constructed, and we're proposing bituminous concrete berm on that area to collect the water. As far as the fire department is concerned, Deputy Chief Quinlan was at that meeting. He requested that we install another hydrant on the proposed roadway. And if you look at the plan, we did do that down in the bottom section. As to the emergency turnaround, it was my understanding that he was satisfied with the size and the location of the turnaround, but he wanted to make sure that it was proper signage was put up, and that it was stripped to indicate that it was an emergency, used to be used for emergency vehicles. If the city would like a written easement for this turnaround, we'd be glad to provide it with it. As to screening, Mr. Grover has met with Mr. Patel, and he's agreed to install a 6-foot vinyl fence along his property. He's also going to do the same thing on the other side. If there's anything additional that this board wants as far as landscaping is concerned, we'd be glad to work with DPD. We've also agreed to install one shade tree on each lot, as noted by Swati in her comments. So I think those are the issues that were raised at the last meeting. That's how we've addressed them. I'd like to turn it over to Matt. He can go over the engineering, and we'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Counselor.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Matt Hammer with Lamplex. Attorney Flood went over the majority of the concerns from our last meeting. Since our last meeting, we met with DPD as well, sat down with them. The fire chief was there, the city engineer.
Could you just make sure your mic is on?
It is on.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Swati Joseph from DPD was at the meeting, as well as Judith Timon, Lisa DeMeo from the city engineer's office, and the fire chief, Quinlan, was there. I'm going to go over the changes to the plan with you. The major change was to continue this porous pavement strip the entire length to go out to Berry Road. So that'll provide a 4-foot walkway. It'll be a different material. It'll be a concrete material as opposed to the bituminous, so it'll stand out as a separate material as part of to act as a passageway sidewalk. That'll be a 4-foot wide porous pavement strip that'll run along the entire length of the roadway. The other thing that we did was ensure that the entire proposed improvements will be 22 feet the entire length. So if you, there won't be a curb between the roadway and the porous pavement, so essentially you'll have 28 feet if somebody needed to get by, obviously, in an emergency if 2 vehicles couldn't for some reason get by. But the 22 feet that we have proposed, in my mind, is sufficient for 2 cars to get by each other. We also provided a turning radius analysis that we provided to the fire chief for the turnaround, which he deemed to be acceptable. That was submitted to the file as well. Additionally, we're going to put an additional hydrant at the end of the roadway here. to meet the fire chief's comment. And one of the comments, I believe, that came up by Mr. Frechette related to the walkway that was between the house, the existing building and the proposed dwelling. What we did is we removed the walkway. That'll all be vegetated. And the original footprint had the driveway over here, so we flipped that around as well. So we did that. From an architectural standpoint, for these two lots that require the special permit, we submitted new architectural plans that had a more pronounced farmer's porch in the front that runs along the entire front of the building. So we believe that that building will be more aesthetically pleasing. Mr. Rochelle, I can give you a copy of that if you need one.
If you could, because we have several different iterations here, I just want to make sure we have the correct one. Is it, Matt, is it this one? Okay, I just want to make sure we.
Again, as Mr. Flood said, related to the T-turnaround, which is here, we're going to put up signage. We proposed, if the fire chief had wanted to put some sort of gate or breakaway, he suggested that that would not be preferred because there could be ambulances that could go in there or possibly police cars, and that would just be too problematic over the long run. So we're going to be proposing signage and full striping, and if necessary, vehicles will be towed if anyone's parked there. If necessary, that'll help the residences along the street. We obtained some additional survey in here, so we have this fully surveyed and fully detailed out. So this improvement here, which is going to be reclaimed and renewed with new asphalt, won't have any conflicts with the existing conditions along this part of the roadway. One of the comments that came through the city engineer's comments was, where is groundwater? Well, we've done testing out here. We have testing all throughout this property, and the nice thing about this area is it's all sand. And so we're not running into a problem with the parent material beneath the roadway, so we're confident that this porous pavement design is going to function as we have it designed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be proposing that. And those are the changes to the original plan that are before you. I can answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you.
One other thing I forgot to mention, Mr. Chairman, when I was up here, is that there was a comment from Swathi as to the curb cuts for the driveways. They were in excess of City of Lowell zoning. We're going to cut those back to make those conform, so.
At this point in time, if anybody here wants to speak in favor of the project, you can come to the microphone and take your name and address. Anybody here in favor? In favor? In favor? Hearing none at that point in time, anybody here in opposition? In opposition? Yep, okay, come to the microphone, please, state your name and address for the record.
I'm not for or against what we did. They addressed a lot of our concerns, so I just wanted to know, where are we
Can you just have your name for the record, please, ma'am?
Deb Forgione,
Thank you.
Chairman of the Pawtuckaville Citizen Council. When we were here before, the big conversation was about the road, and did we establish at what part of it is the city and what part of it was private? Did that get established yet?
I'll let Attorney Flood answer that question for you.
It's our intention, Mr. Chairman, once this road is completed, in accordance with the city standards, to petition the city council for acceptance of the entire roadway.
So it's all a private road now, and they're hoping, our city engineer has requested that we have them make it built to city standard, so therefore the city can accept the
City
road.
Street.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so then everything you're going to approve, it's going to be to the standards of the city, so when it takes it, when they take it over, there would be no negative comments or impact, because it would meet the standards. That way there, they could accept it easily.
Correct, that's the
Okay.
goal that was requested to us by our city engineer and traffic engineer, right?
Okay, excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. I have some questions and some comments. Some comments to
Will you
the,
just have your name for the record, please, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Kristen Rudolph, I'm in a butter.
Okay, go ahead, please.
My concerns remain the same from the last meeting, which was my property from the last time there was construction down there. I lost land and there was wash away. So I have a fence now to keep what land is left that's not sloped from what's happened before and runoff from what's happened before. If they're proposing that they're going to put a sidewalk or something like a sidewalk on the street, where is that cutting into? And my comment on the extra surveying that they did not at all notify the abutters, and they were up on our properties. The people that they sent up on our properties did not identify themselves, did not have any kind of marked clothing on. They were in a plainclothes vehicle, and they would not, under any circumstances, identify themselves. When I contacted Tim Grover, he first said he knew nothing about it. Then he said, oh, I found out at 8:30 this morning, and then sent me a portion of an email that he got, that he was given ample notice and could have reached out to us. I don't think it's right, before they even break ground, that they're not really being very neighborly about this entire process. And I want to know how this is going to affect my property, and if and when it does affect my property, who's liable? And that still, from the last meeting, remains my question.
That's the question, you're going to have to ask an attorney, ma'am, because a lot of the questions you had last time, you explained to us that your property went on other people's property, so I don't know exactly what the legal question you're asking, but
I'm
we're not here to
sorry.
give legal advice. I mean,
No, I know, I'm sorry.
so I
Can you
mean, it's a
repeat
pretty
what you
broad
said?
question that you're asking.
I know, there is a lot of questions, you're absolutely right. But where is this sidewalk cutting into?
I'll
Is
let
it-
Matty
is it
answer that,
just
okay?
going to
It's
remain
going to
on
be
the
in
road?
front of the new, okay, Matt, I'll let you explain. Okay.
It's across the street from the houses, is that correct?
It's in front of the new
Yeah,
development.
Miss Rudolph's property is right here.
Yeah, we know it is, yeah.
Okay. And the sidewalk is going to be on the opposite side of the road.
Okay, so it would be where the homes are.
That's correct.
Okay.
And for the record, the surveyors, I don't believe that my surveyors wouldn't introduce themselves or talk to you.
They actually wouldn't, and I took pictures of them, and I took pictures of their vehicles, and I called the police because they were up on my fence, and then they were complaining about my dog trying to jump over the fence when my dogs were trying to protect me and my property.
All right, well, I have the utmost respect for them. I did speak with them, and if you want to discuss it later, we can.
I'd be more than happy to.
We're required to survey what we think is our property boundaries, and they're allowed to be on the back side of those property lines.
But my
I-
fence is definitely nowhere near what you would even sensibly think could be part of the land that you guys
Right,
purchased.
so the reason why we went to that extra effort to do all the surveying is because the comments that you had made at the other meeting, we wanted to make sure that nothing was going to affect.
Common sense and common respect and decency says you notify someone before you just tramp across their property. And one of the trees behind my fence fell down from that day.
I apologize for not contacting you, but, you know, if you want to call me, you can at my office.
Anybody else want to speak in opposition, or any questions? Any questions or anything? Anybody else? Okay, at this point in time, I'll turn it over to any of the board members. Any questions or comments? Mr. Fischek, can I start with you?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just, Attorney Flood, just so I can have, or from Matt, just an understanding, a better understanding of what's going to happen with the roadway, and it just to kind of frame what my concern was with it being an accepted street and being built to the city standards, and Attorney Flood is correct, these are the subdivision standards, and it does provide for some narrower streets, given the situation, and quite frankly, it does help to keep the speeds down on a roadway. So there are some applications that are appropriate. But one of the biggest concerns I had is, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, is the profile of the roadway, and when we're talking about meeting the city standards, is that what happens is my understanding, and speaking with the engineer's office and through the years with a lot of this, is roads that are not built to city standards, typically, they don't have the proper depth of the material that's required for the road to be as durable as possible. And what happens is that it doesn't stand up to the traffic as well. You end up with potholes. Inevitably, it's not accepted by the city, but residents call, whether they call elected officials, whether they call city officials, and demand that it be fixed, and in time, it does get repaired, and it's at the expense of the city, and it's not, and because the road is not built to the city standards. So I want to kind of dissect the city standards is what we're talking about. So is the idea from West Meadow Road back is to really rebuild that road with the subsurface and the final coating, everything to city standards? We'll get into the width and the walkways and everything else, but is that what's being discussed?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what the plan would be is to go all the existing roadway, and basically we're going to dig that up, put a new, the
Reclaim the existing asphalt,
okay,
down, new pavement on top of that.
okay, so it'll,
Pitch that roadway to the side here, to this porous pavement strip.
right. Okay, good. So from that perspective, as far as the durability of the road, it is going to be built to the city standards. Perfect, okay. And just so I can understand, I'm a little concerned with the porous pavement. I mean, and one of the basics, part of the reason for the curbing and the walk is to provide some protection to pedestrians as they're walking on the roadway, and I was a little concerned with how you describe that, because one of the notes I made as soon as I heard is there going to be some sort of a buffer between the walkway and the road. And matter of fact, you kind of said the opposite, where, if cars needed, emergency vehicles needed to get up on it, they could. So, and part of the responsibility of the subdivision control is when these things are built, is public safety. So, again, and I'm just going by what the standards are. So if you can kind of,
Yeah, I'll let him explain it,
Yep.
but let me just tell you from my experience dealing with the city engineer, she's very much in favor of this type of drainage, porous pavement, so.
well, and I can appreciate the porous pavement, because that's from we're dealing with that material with even driveways, and it helps from drainage, and,
Right.
and I get that. I guess I'm more concerned of the safety aspect of it.
He can explain that.
Matt? Mr.
Well-
Flood says you can explain it.
Of course.
Well, this road isn't going to have a tremendous amount of traffic on it. We could put up some additional signage to indicate that this porous pavement strip is for pedestrians. We could add some signage if necessary at the edge of the porous pavement strip. But we will not be having a full, vertical granite curb separation from the road to the sidewalk. But the nice thing about this design is that there was virtually no drainage here to begin with over
Oh, no,
time.
and I accept the concept of the drainage. I
Right.
absolutely accept that concept. I guess I'm more concerned about the safety issue. And I mean, we've got even another project around the corner, and we're talking about, retail space and accessibility for pedestrians, and wheelchair accessibility and handicap ramps. And we're putting, I don't know how many automobiles the people that will be residing in that home will have, whether they'll be walking to the local stores. Plus, you're going to have new homes, nice new homes. I'm assuming based on the square footage, in the bedroom count, they're going to be families, they're going to be children. I'm a little concerned that there's not going to be that You know, and believe me, I have mixed feelings when it comes to dead-end roads like this. There's not a lot of homes, and whether or not we go with the full boat of the sidewalks, but given the very nature of what's being built, and we're recognizing we want to have some sort of path for pedestrians, I'm just a little concerned with the design.
Like I said, we could put in some additional signage.
No, it's not. Yeah, I mean, you know, the concern with the signage is, nobody pays attention to the signs. I mean, it's easy, if somebody has a medical condition, something happens and the car goes off to the side, what is there to stop this car? Absolutely
Well,
nothing.
I'm just saying that we could put the signage at the edge of the porous pavement between the road and the porous strip. So that will be a physical structure of signage at the edge of the passageway, the sidewalk.
Let's see. Now, how much signage is that?
What's that?
Now, how much signage are you talking about?
Well, we could put one at the beginning. We could put, there's an island right here, so we could put an additional signage at the island or just before this entrance to the existing brick building. And then we could put, you know, a couple more as we work our way down the road so that there could be something physical in the way of signage between the physical pavement and the porous strip.
Yeah. Jerry, I had a very similar concern to you about this, when I heard about this dual use. I guess we're almost up to triple uses now if it's also emergency getting by space for vehicles.
Why?
I was thinking in terms of striping. What, are you planning on doing any striping on this road?
Yeah, we could also do striping between the roadway and the strip as well. And there'll be striping in the center of the road to identify the two separate lanes of travel.
But, okay, my question is, what are you, as of today, as of when you walked in tonight, what were you proposing for striping on the road? Were you proposing
Per the city standards, which would be a double line, double solid line
just the double solid line down the middle?
in the center of the road.
Okay,
And then there'd be an additional solid line on each side of the road identifying the edge of the roadway, which is a city standard.
okay.
Yeah, and now, obviously, it's a cost factor, I would assume. I mean, what is the main objective of having the porous pavement?
One of the
From your
issues we
from
have
your
with,
perspective.
one of the issues we have with the road is there's a high point here and it's sloping this way. And there's a high point here, obviously, and it's sloping the other way. It's a 1% slope. If we were to put conventional drainage within the road, we actually don't have an outlet for it, other than to try to tie it into the city's drainage system, which is currently in West Meadow. So our goal and our thought process through this is to have all the drainage be within the roadway itself without it having to, you know, this would be a low point for the drainage, and somehow we'd have to route it across private property and get it over to here. So this type of drainage system is conducive for the existing nature of that roadway as it stands today. And it seemed to be an overall better solution to deal with the existing system in here. And then because we had sandy soils, that drainage system works well with that sand below the ground for it to infiltrate into the soils.
I mean, would there be any way to put some sort of I think almost like a rumble strip or something that's gonna, I'm just concerned if
Yeah,
a car.
we could have some sort of groove pavement potentially right along this edge to identify a transition point.
So if a car was to veer over, at least they would
They would feel
be
the rumbling.
aware of it.
Yeah, that's something we could incorporate in.
Because I'm really concerned. I mean, that's one of the main objectives is the subdivision approval is a safety, public safety. And obviously, that design does not take that into account. It's really equivalent, other than the drainage issue, you're basically telling people they can walk in the road. And, you know, the signage would help in those particular locations, but I think maybe, and I need to digest that, but if you could do the rumble strips and the signage, I think it would at least
So,
provide some attempt to add safety there.
yeah, so similar when you're on the highway on the left and
what I
right-hand
was gonna
side, it's
say, yeah.
about a foot wide.
Correct,
We could do that same system a foot along that left-hand side,
correct,
between the roadway and the porous pavement strip.
right,
That
right.
could
You
be a
should have
great
room for
solution.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you should on that side,
just on that side, yeah.
that side.
Yeah, on the side of the walk, the
We didn't
side of the
wanna-
walkway.
We tried to keep away from the other side.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, and my concern is if somebody was to,
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, you know the
And that
concept.
would wake somebody up, too.
Right, exactly, yeah,
And
exactly.
then those grooves, because they would be going in this direction, would allow the water to still make its
Co-
way
Correct,
to the porous strip, so.
correct. I thought that
Sounds like a
through.
great solution, yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, because I understand with the curbing, that would prevent that from happening, and yeah, I understand the issue there. Now, on the opposite side of the road, and I know with the abutter was concerned about the erosion, and what is planned there, and what is the, and I'm sorry, I guess with the maps, what's the topography? I guess my concern is what's being proposed on that side
What
to,
we're doing here is because there is water coming down off of this hill.
Right.
We're proposing to have an infiltration trench pick up that water so that no additional water will be shedding onto the roadway from this hill back here.
okay,
So it's just a conventional 3-foot wide infiltration trench that's along this edge of the road, and that'll pick up the water that's coming down off of this embankment.
all right, that's, and I think you've done a good job addressing what the concerns were with the home closest to the project. I like the solution there. You are going to put, you said the 6-foot vinyl fence on, between Mr. Patel's property.
The additional thing we're doing here, Mr. Fischett, is taking the drainage here and putting it into a porous pavement system as well. And we're also putting in additional mitigation for the back side of this parking lot. We're putting in an infiltration system drainage on the back side of this as well.
Okay.
We're getting virtually 100% infiltration from all the pavement
Oh,
that's
yeah,
on
and
this
then, I
plan.
mean, what an improvement from what's there right now as far as the
Yeah, right now
the
it's just-
drainage. Yeah.
It's fully untreated.
Right.
And it's also, this water's also going into West Meadow
Right,
as
right.
well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Rich? Mr. Lockhart?
Yes, I just have a couple of things. First of all, regarding Berry Road. So you have a 22-foot wide road, and then at the same level, you've got a 4-foot walkway, of porous concrete, and there's nothing in between that. Has the city engineer signed off on that design? I don't recall seeing that in the documentation.
The city engineer has signed off on that particular design. She had some questions regarding the elevation of groundwater, which I don't believe she had fully seen the test pits that we had on the plan, so we're fully confident that we could suffice that comment that she had on that end of it.
Right, but it's signed off.
But the drainage design itself in
So
concept,
the roadway design.
she has been in support of.
Okay, you know, my opinion is that you got a nice development with 4 nice homes here, and you're putting that walkway through there. I'd rather see a curb and everything, but I think it takes away from what you're doing. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah. So we have some just technical issues that we're still
Yeah.
addressing with the engineering department, but overall, this was something that was commonly looked at was a good design solution for the existing.
All right, no, I can appreciate what you're doing, yeah. And I concur with Mr. Frichette about the The rumble strips, I think public safety would be best served by putting those in along that area, just to try to compensate for lack of a curb. The only other question I have is regarding the signage for the turnaround. Is that reflected on your current plan, and is all your landscaping detail on the current plan that we've been given? The fence and everything?
Right now, it's in correspondence.
All right, so
Relate-
it's not incorporated on
Yeah,
these
so
plans.
we're fully acknowledging all the comments from the engineering department as well as the fire department that
Right.
we'll be in compliance with.
Okay. That's
And
all I have,
address.
Mr. Chairman.
Dick, any questions, comments?
Just getting back to the engineer's assessment of the design of the road. At this point, the engineer indicated that acceptance of this road is something that she could support.
Based on addressing her comments, that's my understanding.
I couldn't hear you, Rich.
I'm sorry.
Maybe it's me.
I just wanted to, based on the current design and discussions with the city engineer, has she given any indication that should you apply for, when you apply for acceptance, that this would be something she could support to the council?
I think she's led me to believe that she would, and in her comments, she said we would reclaim and repave the existing roadways, which would lead me to believe it. She didn't say no when we had the meeting, and I think Judy was there, so, I mean, as long as it built to city standards, I'm sure she would, well, I feel that she would accept it, yes.
That's the only concern I have.
Mr. Boyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur about the safety of the walking area. I think that addressing that, I would like the applicant to work closely with DPD, with the transportation engineer, get their engineers in, and come up with a design together, as opposed to coming up with one and then presenting it to the board and the DPD as that's the first time they see it. Okay? Work with the DPD on the design of the, whether you decide to go with stripes, signs, different color pavements, rumble strips, there's a whole list of options there. And, get the DPD and engineering in the design process from the beginning on that. Something is what I hope will happen between now and the next meeting. The other question my other point, I was pleased to hear the proposal to put street trees in the front. I'm not sure that 4 will be enough, given the length. We're talking about a street length of about 300 feet, over 300 feet, I believe. Looking at the layouts and where the driveways are, I think that we might be more up into the 5 to 6 range. Again, I'd like to, I think that would probably be best to handle in terms of work on a landscape plan with the DPD, see what they have to say on the matter. And I had brought this up last time. On the erosion control plan, it showed the hay bales along the front, as in the closer to the house's side of that area where you're going to be taking up the pavement and revegetating. And I am concerned that you might also need erosion control on the backside, closer to the stream, as the pavement comes up and before whatever you plant there has taken root. We did make that change. You did make that change, okay, good. All right.
Mr. Boyle, as to the trees, we have no problem with working with DPD and adding a couple more.
Okay. If they come back with 4, I'll be happy with 4.
Yeah,
You know,
well, they suggested 4, that's why we said we would do it. But if it looks better with 5 or 6, we'll be glad to do it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, they addressed everything else. This question, which has come up a couple of times about the erosion and the construction of the street. Are you going to be doing any work, any cutting work that would be cutting into that slope? Or will all of your work be done on the flat area at the bottom of the slope?
It'll all be down on the flat, on the bottom area.
Okay. That should, all right, good. That alleviates that concern a great deal. All right, Mr. Chairman, that's all that I had.
What?
I'd like to add, Mr. Boyle.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Excuse me, but we were working with the fire chief and DPD regarding the signage, and that was a general consensus at a DPD meeting we had after the last hearing, so that we were working together with the DPD and the fire chief for the signage on the turnaround. I just wanted to make.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
What?
Being last, all the good questions have already been asked. I only have one question. You talked about a homeowners association. Do you need one now that this is a tree? So this could be a cut and dry subdivision?
Yep.
All right. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I did have one thing that I forgot to bring
Mr.
up.
Boyle?
When impervious pavement, when permeable pavement driveways and parking lots and such are proposed, there's usually a maintenance plan, and there's certain restrictions of things you can't do. You're not supposed to, what is it, salt? You're not supposed, you're only supposed to use salt and no sand, something like that?
The porous pavement is not affected by salt.
The porous pavement isn't affected by salt, so is it the sanding that you're not supposed to do?
You actually have to vacuum the leaves off of it, so that'll be part of the operation and maintenance plan for the roadway.
Okay, my concern is about in the winter that the pervious roadway will be getting the ordinary impervious roadway, the driving area, will be getting the ordinary driving area winter treatment, and that will spill over onto the impervious surface.
That's okay.
That's okay?
They're designed with layers of gravel underneath the porous pavement to filter out those potential contaminants before they would get to groundwater.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. That was my question.
I don't have any questions. I think most of them were answered either by board members' question or by Matt. I think most of the comments that we did receive, I believe Attorney Flood addressed those and indicated what requested they were requesting in regards to waivers. The main concern, I know we were here last time, was to work with the city for the improvement of the road, and I see they did an adequate job on that, and hopefully the city would accept it if we accept this application. So I have no questions.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one follow-up
Sure,
question.
go ahead, Mr.
Excuse
Shea.
me, but we came up with the, Mr. Boyle did bring up a good point regarding a maintenance program with the sidewalk. Is that something the city is prepared if they accept the street? And Judy, I'll ask the question.
As far as the city maintaining the pervious
Correct.
pavement, yes, the city is aware, and the city engineer has reviewed and has talked with the applicant about the fact that they're proposing the pervious pavement strip. So yes, the city would be aware of that, and would, if the city does accept the street, yes, that would be the responsibility of the city to maintain that.
And they have that capability to
Yes.
do that? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and Mr. Fischett, as you know, we're going to have a new roadway for Newhall Street Extension,
Right.
which is going to be a porous pavement
That's
roadway,
true.
so they have all the
Correct.
capabilities of facilitating the operation and maintenance of the best management practices for those roads.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Any other board members have a follow-up? If not, what's the request of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the proposal with the following conditions. And Mr. Chairman, would we be doing subdivision
We can do
special permit together, or would
We
we?
can do it either way. I think we're gonna need two votes, one for the site plan and one for the special permit anyway. So if you
Alright.
want to start with
About the
the,
waivers,
I'm sorry?
the waivers too.
Yeah, that would be,
You're gonna include that in
In
the,
the subdivision. Yeah. So I'll propose the
we'll do that under the site plan if you.
site plan subdivision, definitive subdivision approval with the following conditions: that the applicant work with DPD and the city's engineering department to come up with a final plan for the pedestrian walkway, subject to final approval by the planning board, taking into account safety as the main concern. The applicant worked with DPD for the final landscaping plan, subject to planning board final approval. Signage for the emergency turnaround to be completed with in conjunction with working with the city's fire department. And I don't believe is the 4-foot, I mean, the 6-foot fence is appearing on that plan.
No, it's
Is that,
We can-
good, so it'd be subject to that 6-foot
Well, that
vinyl
landscape.
We're doing it on both
fence.
sides, both sides of that.
On both sides of that, I just want to make sure that's included in the approval. And also approving that request with the waivers that have been requested for the road width and sidewalks, vertical granite curbing.
And the waiver of the curbing on the existing
Yep.
road, right? Yeah,
Correct.
I think.
Want to include the rumble strips there?
Well, that would come with the final design, Mr. Lockhart. And what I figured is it would subject to our final approval. So
Right.
quite frankly, I want to have the input from the DPD and the engineers department, but
Yeah.
I want to make sure that ultimately we're responsible for the pedestrian safety and subdivision approval. So I just want to make sure that it would be subject to our final approval.
Okay, I'm good. I'll second the motion.
Motion made in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion carries. Now, we do need a motion for the special permit for the reduced lot frontage on lot C2 and C3.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the reduction in the lot frontage there, down to, what, about 77 feet for parcel, lot B2 and lot B3.
Okay, so motion's on the floor by Mr. Lockhart. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Malovich. Motion's made in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye?
Chair votes yes. Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Yep. While they're taking that down, the next matter we're going to be doing will be 685, 689 Lawrence Street. Okay, moving along, the next matter is 685, 689 Lawrence Street. This is a site plan review and a special permit for public hearing. A public hearing will be held to hear all interested persons relative to an application by David Pescantilli for site plan approval and special permit for development of property located at the above address. The proposal includes conversion of the existing four-story, 60,000 square foot structure into 50 residential condominium units with associated landscaping and parking. The project is in the traditional neighborhood mixed-use zoning district. The project requires site plan approval under section 11.4 and a special permit under section 12.1. This matter was before us at the last meeting. It was continued at the request of the applicant to work more with the planning and development. So I'll turn it over now to the applicant. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Gregory Curtis with the law firm of Goldman & Curtis, 144 Merrimack Street, Lowell. With me tonight is David Piscatelli, who is the principal of J-Marge, which is the owner of the property at 685, 689 Lawrence Street. As you indicated, we were before the board back in June, and then we had a meeting with the planning department on 6/22, and as a result of that meeting, we have addressed, we hope, most all of the issues that were before the planning board and engineering. So we're here before you tonight, hopefully with a plan that will work for the neighborhood, will work for the city, creating 50 apartments, also creating 101 parking spaces in an existing building that's been run down for quite some time. It's a great project. It's a great area of the city that needs a little development. I know coming up after us is the Prince project on Prince Street, and again, this project will do a lot to increase the ability of residential housing in the area, and also increase the tax base. So I wanted to try to go through some of the issues that the planning board had talked about in their memo from July 15th, and I think a lot of those were addressed by the engineer in a letter that the engineer sent to Judy, I think a few days back. We talked at the last meeting about obtaining a piece of property from the abutters, MGM Realty Trust, which is the abutter to our property, and we have executed a deed with MGM to obtain a parcel of land that's shown on the plan, shown on the A&R plan, and also on the final plan. And also, we've entered into an easement agreement. We changed the wording on the easement agreement to include access, drainage, maintenance, parking. Neighbors are very happy with it. We're happy with it. And we would record that deed simultaneously with an approval from the board, so that it would be a complete planning board decision, and if it included that parcel of land. It's a small parcel, but it's going to include parking, and it has some drainage value to it. So at this time, I'd like to ask the board for their input, or the public for their input, and then we can discuss the different issues that were addressed.
Council. At this point in time, anybody like to speak in favor of this project? In favor? In favor? In favor? Even not at this point, anybody want to speak in opposition? In opposition? Yeah. Just state your name for the address, please, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Carol McCarthy. I live at 64 Blossom Street. I co-chair the Sacred Heart Neighborhood Improvement Group. Also, I guess I probably want to say I'm not speaking in favor, but I'm not speaking totally against this project. But when looking at it, and I do apologize for not being here for your June meeting and following along up with it, but anyone driving up Lawrence Street can see how congested the street is, and how many, I mean, the small pieces of properties that are just developed so much, and I think overdeveloped. I mean, I was happy to hear that there's 101 parking spaces, but as I look at it, if he's developing 50 residential units, most of the time, each residential unit possibly might have 2 vehicles in it. So there goes 100 of those parking spots already. So what spaces would be provided for visitors that might come across the site to visit? I just think we're overcrowding. I'm trying to even picture where this 4-story building is at 685 Lawrence Street. And if Lowell is supposed to be one of the up-and-coming cities, I think overcrowding is just not there. And I was happy to see that he has associated landscaping and parking, but I don't hear anything about green space for children to play with. And if he's looking at residential housing, and he's talking about housing and stuff like this, I'm sure some of the families that might rent here will have children. So where are the children going to go? I mean, it's great to develop these old buildings, and Lawrence Street has a habit of having an awful lot of mills that are undeveloped, that haven't been developed, and we'd love to see something in them, but 50 residential units, ouch. That is overcrowding. Not a single space mentioned for children to play. What are they gonna do, play in the middle of Lawrence Street? Lawrence Street is a very busy street. I just think that they need to start looking at green space and maybe not developing so much as giving more breathing space to our properties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody else want to speak? Anybody else? Anybody else? Attorney Curtis, I don't know if you want to, try to answer some of the questions that Ms. McCarthy rose, or? I know we talked about in the past about the green space in the back of the previous meetings when Dave was here to begin with, and we went
Well, I'll
through
let
quite a
Mr.
bit of that.
Mr. Piscatelli's here, and I'm sure he can speak with regards to, there is an area to the back of our property that is right now just open area. It's going to be to the left side of what is a small parcel that's going to be used for parking. And there's a potential there to have a playground and to have green space for children. There's also, I think, parks located in the area that would be used for that. But as for traffic, everything is going to be behind the buildings. I know the building abuts Andrews Street and abuts Lawrence Street, but all your parking, your access comes in one way, and I think for traffic purposes, it makes sense. I know it's a busy road, but it's been a building that it has industrial uses next door to us, which has quite a few cars that come and go during the regular business hours. But I think for purposes of residential, you have people coming and going. There may be 50 cars, there may be 100 cars, but I don't think that they're all at the same time or all coming in for a shift of work and then going out again. So I don't think there's an issue with the traffic. But with regard to green space, we anticipate that there will be some green space to the back of the property.
Thank you. At this point in time, any of the board members have any comments?
I do, Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple.
Sure, Mr. Boyle, yeah.
Okay, first of all, the 4-unit building, where's the entrance to that?
The entrance to the project is on Lawrence Street.
Yeah, specifically the 4 residential units. Is that entrance through your little courtyard?
The entrances can either get in from the rear parking area or from Lawrence Street. There's a main entrance right off of Lawrence Street. In between is a breezeway in between the two buildings.
Okay,
So you could enter from there, or if you were parking from the back, there would also be an entrance that would get you into the common area in the back where the elevator would be.
okay, so your entrance into the 4-unit building would be through that
That
little court?
breezeway area will basically be a common entrance that you'll be able to access both buildings from it. It's basically, if you could picture a hallway in between two buildings, and in that hallway is stairs and the elevator, and basically it'll, like a common.
See, I can't really, because on the plan that we have, your two buildings join at just a corner, just two corners touching. No? There is there is overlap there?
Yeah, there's the buildings, have their shape to them. One of the 689 is on an angle, but there is a square that's directly in between the two of them that touches both buildings.
Okay,
It's basically common space.
okay. All right, my next question. Okay, looking at the parking plan, and where you have your overflow parking. Your overflow parking, you enter along that same entrance, and then you sort of bear to the right.
There is parking on
The
right and
overflow-
left side of the access road, and then there's the main parking lot.
And then there is also your overflow parking that you're leasing from the neighbor.
I don't know what you mean when you're saying overflow parking. There's 100 spaces that are a part of the main parking lot that extends to the fence line on the plan, and then there's parking right and left of the access road. Then there's underground or partial underground under the 4-unit building, and then that cement slab that's on grade.
Okay, your plan here shows, as somebody entering your project, driving down the driveway, and then going off to the right to get to some of the parking spaces.
B2. This parcel here. If you look at the parcel B2 is the parcel we're acquiring from the abutter. That parcel will have parking spaces on it, but as you drive down the entranceway, you'd be driving and basically straight at those parking spaces. All the other parking spaces are either against the building, against the fence as you come in, or the large parking area which is shown on the plan, which is existing.
The land that we're acquiring is actually, it's gonna be an extension of the parking lot, the main parking lot that currently sits there now. I guess that's where I wasn't understanding what you were saying.
Lay those plans out.
All right, hold on a moment. Very confusing. Okay. I'm looking at your, the subdivision plan, okay? Okay, and your easement, it shows coming across and then going up and coming over to here. Are you proposing that any of the, are you still proposing to lease spaces in your neighbor's lot? No. Okay, okay, good, that problem goes away then.
I think that right-of-way you're talking about is just an existing right-of-way. It's an existing right-of-way that we just had to maintain.
Okay,
The back, we're not using that.
right, you're not, okay, you're not using that, okay. All right, good. Good to hear. All right, all right, that's what I had on the parking. My other question had to do with the landscaping. There are certain requirements in the, for minimum amounts of landscaping area and street trees required in our zoning. And the way that the zoning reads is that you'll provide this many street trees and this much landscaped area per parking space in each parking area. I look at your plan here, and the end-in spaces that go up against the building, along that entire length, there are no trees. And the parallel parking spaces across from them, along the driveway, there don't appear to be any trees proposed. And the smaller parking area, which was originally proposed to be indoors, but now outdoors, which abuts Andrew Street, it doesn't appear that there are any street trees in those. Well, was the project designed to provide the sufficient landscaping area and street trees overall, as opposed to in each parking area?
My answer to that would be, the parking spaces that are up against the building, there is a row of trees that's gonna follow that 220-foot. I'm on the landscaping and lighting plan.
Yes, and I'm reading the note, flowering shrubs. Install flowering shrubs with ground cover.
Yeah, well, so there is going to be a row of trees. I think on the last meeting, what we had said we were gonna do was work with, the in-house, design people. When I did the Sacred Heart Church, they really helped me with which trees, what kind of trees, and so on. And I took their recommendations and the species of tree and bush, and so I really didn't put a lot of effort into labeling exactly what these were going to be, just basically calling out landscape areas
Okay.
to be determined what's going to be planted based on the recommendations.
Okay, my concern with that is the way your landscaped area here consists of, it looks like maybe a 5-foot wide strip that's right up against the building.
Correct.
I'm concerned that if it's located there, it's located that close to the building, you wouldn't be able to put in shade trees as your plantings, or even necessarily even smallish flowering trees, that you'd really only be limited to bushes, to shrubs.
I think you'd be able to find a species of tree that would grow straight up and not grow out as much as grows up.
Am I
Or it
s-
would have to be pruned, pruned properly, so it doesn't grow into the building.
Okay. In terms of your layout for the width you need for your end-in spaces, you got 5 feet of planting, you've got your end-in spaces, you've got your 2 lanes of traffic because it's two-way, and you've got your parallel spaces. Does the width of your parallel spaces, does that eat up all of your footage? Is there any more?
There's a fence there,
Uh-huh.
so I don't believe that there is.
I was looking
Or
at.
maybe in some areas it is, because it's not a complete straight line, obviously, so on some areas there may be, but that other area is on the other side of the easement, which is not my property.
Yeah, I didn't mean the other side of the easement. I was looking on your parking plan. Yes, let's see, parking and drainage. The way it's marked, I am not sure that the width of those parking spaces, that they might be wider than necessary when, all right, the area in between the edge of your drive lane and the edge of your property, which is where the parallel spaces are, I think there might be a little more width there than the, I think it's 8 feet that is required for a parking space.
I think it's 9.
A
8.5,
9?
I think, is the minimum. 9 is the proposed, but
I'm, just from eyeballing from the way that these markings are drawn, it looks like there might be a little more width than is required for the width of the space. If so, it might be possible to get, it might be possible to assign that footage in a better way so that you can actually get larger shade trees in there. I would like this to be a landscaping plan that's worked out with the DPD to see where we can actually end up with the planting.
that was always my intention.
And I would like those conversations to be wide enough to take into account, is it possible to put the landscaping strip somewhere so that larger shade trees can be used? Yes, I know it was your intention to work with the DPD from the beginning on which plantings to use, but this goes a little beyond that into the question of how to lay out so that, and where the landscaping area is going to be. So what I'm saying, I'm taking into account how happy you've been to work with the DPD. This is an additional thing that needs to be worked on with them. The other thing is the Andrews Street lot. There's no tree anywhere in that. There are no trees anywhere in the Andrews Street lot. I know that your parking is tight there, or I know that your layout is tight there. You don't necessarily have a lot of wiggle room. I noticed that the 50 spaces under the zoning requires 100 spaces. If there was going to be space lost for landscaping, I would recommend putting it in that Andrews Street lot so that there's a street tree on Andrews Street.
There actually is planters in the Andrews Street parking lot, and there is trees in them. They're currently dead.
Oh, no, I don't mean the one down behind the building. I mean the one you're proposing.
That's the same parking lot.
No, it's not. I'm talking about the one you used to propose them. They were originally came in and you were proposing them as indoor spaces. Now you've shrunk the building.
Oh, okay, all right. The underground, the partially covered parking.
Right,
Yes, okay.
right. There is no landscaping in the uncovered portion of that I can see.
Basically, by its nature, right now, it's a cement slab that goes wall to wall. If you could picture, it's basically like the inside of a building. And in order to maintain the exterior wall, which also includes part of a foundation that we're gonna make with pillars to keep that natural, the natural wall, the existing wall of the outside of the building. The only way we could get landscaping inside that parking lot area would be in the way of planters or something that would have to be, you know, added onto the side of the wall or onto the pillars. There is no way to really cut a planting bed into there. Half of it's covered, so there would be no sunlight, and it would have to be something that would be strategically done, so it wouldn't interfere with access coming in and out of there and/or, you know, not dealing with no sun.
I'm thinking one of those, actually, I've seen shade tree-sized planters. They're a bowl up to 6-7 foot diameter, you know, maybe 4 feet high, can hold enough soil for the ball of the tree to allow it to grow fairly large. Maybe one of those is the answers. I would like to see one of the, some of the area used for parking in there, used to put in a tree. And see how that can be done.
I mean, I'm sure we'd be able to find space
Okay,
in order to do
excellent.
that.
As you work with the, voicing my opinion, I do not think that getting one space above the zoning minimum should be an important goal for this board. Certainly not above providing adequate pedestrian amenities and street trees. Carol brought up the point about 50 residential units before, most of them requiring 2 cars. Can you give me, what's the latest numbers for you? How many single bedrooms, 1 bedrooms are you talking?
My guess is that it'll be a ratio was really what we're shooting for. We don't have final plans because we didn't have a final approval to know how many numbers, but
Ballpark?
ideally, we would probably like it to be 66%, you know, 34%, 66 being 2-bedroom units and 34 being 1-bedroom units. But ultimately, the space that's available after you do the egresses and all that, what is left, will determine how that plays out. But ideally, that would be a nice mix.
It is unlikely, very unlikely, that 1-bedroom units would require 2 per unit.
I agree.
So when we're making these judgment calls about the level of parking that is required, keeping the number of 1-bedrooms in mind, I think, is an important thing for us to be aware of. Let's see. I believe those were all of my, where are we with the hydrant location and the request to have them looped?
So the engineer added a hydrant in right at the entrance of the access road off of Lawrence Street. And this was given to the fire department, and basically their recommendations were that, yes, it was good that there was a fire hydrant in there, but we are going to, once we have the architectural plans, we'll end up hiring a fire suppression engineer to design the sprinkler system. And in conjunction with that, they'll say, that's a great spot for the hydrant, or we'd rather it here closer to the standpipe, or we want an additional one. They'll make those recommendations and make it a part of their plan.
Has the looping issue come up?
The looping issue?
Looping, yeah, hadn't the fire department requested that the supply loop to the fire
You mean
hydrants be looped?
to have the water lines looped?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually a standard request. I didn't see that as a specific requirement. The water department probably would have called that out if they thought that was an issue, but the water department did look at it as well as the fire department.
Okay, well, either way, working that out with getting the approval of fire department staff, that sounds like a good solution to me. I would just say, though, I think that that is an important enough thing that the board itself should probably reserve final review of that instead of just farming it out to staff.
It actually was it was a recommendation of the fire department that we get requests or information from the fire suppression engineer, make sure that the whole system works together.
Right, right. And that, you're right, I think that's good. My only statement about that, again, I think the board here should reserve final review on that. And those were my comments, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Malavit?
The only thing I want is a more detailed landscape plan. I have no other questions.
Anything else, Bob? No. Mr. Fischett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been going on since, I don't know, probably February or March, and so looking at all the different iterations and what has been addressed and what remains outstanding, I think the concerns, and I just want to make sure, Attorney Curtis, that I understood, the parcel of land that is going to be purchased or deeded, has that already taken place, or is that?
Yes.
Okay, so,
The deed's already been signed. We haven't recorded the deed. We'll record the deed simultaneously with the
with the easement,
approval of
Assuming.
the easement and approval from the board. If that comes, then we'll do it all at one time. But that shows as, on an A&R plan, parcel B2.
right.
It has been signed, it's been notarized. I have it in my possession.
Now, and it's hard to follow chronologically. I have some comments from the engineer regarding snow storage, and honestly, I don't know if she signed off on the latest iteration. If you could
think
just
her comment-
explain how you would handle the snow storage on the site.
I think her comment was, so in the back far right-hand corner of the property, there's that little finger of land.
I think she was concerned about access to that.
It's,
right?
it's on the A&R plan, the 7 feet 6 inches of space.
Right there.
And the way we would be getting the snow back there would be with the Bobcat, which is 5.5 feet width, so, you know, and that land opens up in the back to, I think it's 12 to 14 feet in that back corner. So you can get a considerable amount of snow, because you'll be able to stack it very high with the Bobcat in that back area. And the land to the right of it, that whole area is a grassy area. We're actually in the process of trying to purchase that whole area, which goes up to the fence,
Right, that's a
which
large
would
area.
be an area for snow storage and/or swing set, play area for the kids.
Right.
And I never really got to address, there is a 1.5-minute walk down Lawrence Street. There is a public park
Right.
with some existing green space. But my goal is to, if I can purchase that, because it's basically inside the fence of this property,
Right.
and useless to the owner, because there's a 15-foot drop on the other side of that fence. So it's really, he can't access it.
Right.
So I'm trying to purchase it from him. It would be a great play area and also a great area for snow storage.
Right. And then, as I understand, the existing dumpster that's at the far end of that lot, is that being?
That's going away.
I just, when I saw that, I thought of all the
Getting
work we
bigger.
did on that and the,
They would never get the truck around there with
oh, I
cars. in
understand.
there.
All right,
I
so it's
understand,
gonna
but
be
you
Right.
can admit that the screening around there was quite elaborate and it looked nice, but it's not practical given the scheme. So I
Not
understand.
efficient, not practical, not functionable.
All right, he knows.
Where the new location is ideal. Regardless, if every spot had a car in it, the truck would be able to pull straight in, front load, grab it, you know, unimpeded on that access road. You drive right into it.
Right. Now, the electric car space, is that, you're gonna have the ability to plug the automobile in, or is that?
Yes, it's only a 110.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah,
Okay.
my friend has one, and they basically, they find places to park that have outside outlets, and you just plug it in.
Okay.
So, and the cars are very small, so I thought,
Sure.
in that space, it would be, you know,
Yeah,
a nice green option to, you know, underground.
Yeah, and then with the bike racks too, because we're always looking for those types of accommodations. I agree about the landscaping plan, but I think, and I am familiar with the work you did with DPD on Sacred Heart as well, so I think, based on comments from my colleague, we certainly would be looking for you to be working with DPD, and then subject to our final approval of the plan.
That would be what I would like to do.
Right. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jeff. Mr. Lockhart?
Yeah, I have just a couple of things. I'll reference an email from Deputy Chief Garrett Quinlan from the Fire Department, who's got further comments on the project. If you could address them, I'll go through them one at a time. The ramp shown between the project and the existing condos on Andrews Street shows as 14-foot wide. It should be 20-foot wide. Can you address that?
Is that talking about the one-way exit onto Andrew Street, or is he talking, I think that was addressed by the engineer in that letter. He answered that question, what he was going to do with that ramp area.
I think you're right, I don't recall, but. Judy, do you have any background on that?
Yeah, the fire department did mention the one-way out on the western side does not meet the 20 feet, belongs to condo buildings, and, yeah, the response from the engineer was that that is existing. So the fire department has to call out any access that's less than 20 feet. So he mentions that. And he did mention in his email, he knows that's existing, and when it's existing, there really is no
Nothing.
remediation that the applicant can
Okay,
make.
yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, he talks about a one-way out on the western side of the property would not meet the 20-foot requirement. It's less than 18 feet. And the two-way road depicted on the northern side of the property would meet the 20-foot requirement. He makes some other comments here relative to that, but you're aware of what he's
Yes,
talking about
I've
there,
seen all
yeah.
that.
And he says, it appears that 18.2.3.2, access to buildings and facilities, would be satisfied, however, I need more time to evaluate. That was his
And
final
we
comment.
don't have a final egress plan from the architect yet
Okay,
anyway.
all right, that's all, yeah.
And that'll be, it's gonna be more than
Yeah.
adequate,
And they'll get a final look at this, the
absolutely.
hydrants and all the rest of that stuff, yeah.
In order to get even, a permit to do anything, all of this stuff is gonna have to be signed off on.
Yeah, all right. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Seskey? You have any questions, comments?
I think most of them have been answered.
Thank you. Okay, so we need whatever the request of the board is, we need 2 votes tonight. One is going to be for the site plan, and one will be for a special permit.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, I approve the site plan with the following conditions. Upon approval, the recording of the deed for the property being acquired, the recording of the easement, that the deed restricting containing the access, utility, and parking easement, and also the review, or I should say applicant work with DPD for a final landscaping plan, subject to final approval by the planning board, and the applicant work with the fire department for review and final approval from the fire department.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Motion's been made.
I'll second the motion, but I'd like to get a little more detail on the site plan. If the applicant can consider additional green space on the property for play area for children. I think that point is well taken. And
Yeah, if I can purchase that piece
yeah,
of property.
yeah,
Absolutely.
Of course, yeah. I think that would enhance the.
It would be
the whole
designated for
project.
snow storage in the winter and a play area
Yeah,
in the rest of the other 3 seasons.
with that one additional second.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make a
Sure.
a request? You might want to consider also making it conditional upon approval by the city engineer.
Oh,
Yes.
was.
Accept that revision, yep.
Talking about I'd like to try to cram a little bit more into this condition we're talking about. The shortage of usable open space and outdoor play area is something that's concerning to me. The applicant has offered as one answer to that, the proximity of public playgrounds. I actually think that's a good answer, but for proximate public playgrounds to be realistically usable by the residents and their children, they need to have good pedestrian access. I don't know what the sidewalks are like in between your property and this park that you're citing to help meet your conditions. I don't know if there are any tree pits that are missing street trees along the way, or anything like that. But if the applicant is going to be talking about pointing to the public playgrounds as to meet some of his open space requirement, I think that it is fair to include a condition that he take a look at that, and if there are improvements to be made, to do something towards making them.
I think that could
We
fall
talking-
into working with DPD, looking at the landscaping plan, and then access to the public park, which is the public park on your way to Moore Street, right on Lawrence Street is what we're
Exactly.
talking. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Street trees missing, concrete panels missing, if there are asphalt areas that are in poor condition, the DPD and DPW would, I'm sure, have no trouble coming up with suggestions.
Great, so we can add that as a condition.
So, when you just go over the additions to begin with, you got the,
We got the recording of the deed.
yeah, I got that one, that's not a problem.
We've got the recording of the easement.
Right.
We've got landscape plan and final approval by
Fire
this
department.
board. Fire department, review and approval, city engineers, review and approval, and then work with DPD regarding safety access from the site to the open space play area park on Lawrence Street. It's a small street at the, I'm trying to think it really, I think we know the park we're talking about, but it's on the way to Moore Street. I'm trying to think of the, thank you.
What's it called?
Is it Kerwin? Kerwin Park. Thank you.
Kerwin.
Kerwin Park.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor.
Kerwin Shoes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion with the amended conditions on the floor. Anyone?
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion carries. We need a motion for the special permit. Same conditions.
Yeah, I would, Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion to approve the special permit with the same conditions.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's made and second by Mr. Boyle for the special permit with the same conditions as outlined on the site plan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion carries. Good luck. Wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. The next matter we're gonna be starting up with will be 2 Prince Ave, which is a site plan review.
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, the next matter on the new business for public hearing is Prince Ave, site plan review. The Lowell Planning Board will hold a public hearing regarding the application by the Markley Group LLC for the approval of a site plan review application of 627,264 square foot property located at the above address. The proposal includes the rehabilitation of a majority of the existing approximately 350,000 square foot structure in order to operate a data center. The project also presents new landscaping, parking lot modifications, and a new 2-story structure and partial demolition of the existing structure. The site is located in a light industrial zoning district, and we hear from the applicant, please.
Mr. Chairman, board members, George Theolides Jr., 133 Market Street, Lowell, and I'm here this evening in behalf of the Markley Group to bring to the city of Lowell and to you gentlemen for your first review, first official review, the project that will take place hopefully shortly at Prince Avenue, the former Prince Spaghetti Factory. 35 years ago, approximately, a gentleman by the name of Ian Wang bought a piece of property, same size as this piece of property, and built 3 towers that changed the face of the city of Lowell. Here we are. That was an investor, an industrialist, who unfortunately ran into some problems. But the interesting and the amazing part of it all is, as Frank Barrett, once our city manager, once said, if you build a good building, then it's going to last forever and it'll be used forever. And I think that we're talking about exactly that kind of a situation here. As I said to you in our preliminary meeting a month ago, I hate to be overdramatic, but this is what I believe the same type of game changer that took place when Dr. Wang built that beautiful structure out in, now known as Cross Point, and doing so much for the city. So this site, the former spaghetti factory, sits on a little more than 14 acres, and it's been basically derelict and unused principally for most of the time in the last 10 years approximately. There's been some partial use and whatever, but if you talk to the police department or the building department or anybody else in the city, you'll find that it was also one of the great massive headaches because it became a dump for anybody who could get in there and drop whatever couch or dead TV or whatever they wanted to get rid of in an area, or the old Subaru that no longer worked got left there and the city had to pay to take them all out and whatever. And it became a massive problem also in the evening for the police, for people who would trespass and do God knows what. So along came a gentleman by the name of Markley, who's known throughout the country, basically, and some would say internationally, for being an investor and a developer in real estate that's related to the computer industry, the technological industry, the communication industry. And fortunately for us, the site that he found to be good for him is that property on Prince Avenue. Mr. Markley currently owns a property at 1 Summer Street in Boston that he bought and developed. The first couple of floors, you're probably familiar with, it's at Downtown Crossing. First couple of floors are occupied by Macy's, and the next few floors are all occupied by his business. Now, what is the type of business? It's difficult to describe every aspect of it, but if you understand that the central purpose of this structure is like a communication center, communication for many reasons and many ways. For one, the operation in Boston deals with many overseas telephone lines that come in, and it is basically a switching center that takes care of all of the 40 countries approximately that have phone lines that come into the United States that then need to be switched to other places. But its principal source and its principal business now is more computer-related. We've all heard of the cloud. If you're familiar with redundant systems means that if I am running my entire computer operation on one site and I can't take a chance that something goes wrong with it, well, I have 2 choices. I either can go out and build more space, rent and invest in more space adjacent to my building or in my operation or whatever, or I can go out to a place like the Markley operations that basically will take your entire system and duplicate it. And most significantly, the major item that the Markley Group features and guarantees is safety and security. And never in all of the time they've been in Boston has a customer ever lost a minuscule element of any part of their software and data system, all because of the backup capabilities that are there. So this is the kind of operation, if you get to see it, if you could get to see it, it is almost mind-boggling with the amount of wirings and things that go in there. Some of the companies I mentioned to you, some of the principal companies that have their facilities there are the Harvard Medical School, many of the banks in and around the area, a little company known as Netflix that transmits movies to a lot of people around here. And there, I can go on, the numbers are over 200 customers of that ilk who are running their operations through the Markley Center in Boston. They're so successful that they need the operation in Lowell, and they found this site, and they think that this site is a first-class site for them. From the city's standpoint, from day one, when this was first brought to the administration's attention, I can say that Manager Murphy and his staff across the board did a wonderful job of making a connection and encouraging these people to come to Lowell and bring their operation to Lowell and hopefully make this into something that we can all be so very proud of in the future. A few of the items that I can tell you about with regard to the building space itself, it's first of all, I think you know, located in Lowell's economic target area and the River Meadow target area for economic development. It's expected, and this is kind of mind-boggling, and to set the table for this statistic, Dr. Wang paid $60 million by the time he finished to build 3 towers. The commitment that the Markley Company has made in investments in the city of Lowell is anywhere from $150 to $200 million over the next 20 years. I can tell you that it's not truly an industry that employs a lot of people, but the people it does employ are high-skilled, high-end jobs. The Markley Group and the city entered into negotiations for a TIF, a tax increment financing agreement, which has been completed and signed and agreed to and voted favorably, 9-0, by the Lowell City Council. And in that agreement, the city and Markley have certain obligations to each other as to what they will do. The city is going to give tax breaks to the Markley Group that change from year to year along the way. It's a startup assistance. The state is trying to help in their startup assistance in terms of people who will come in and use space in there and put property in there that's taxable. And the other safety zone that the city council and the city put into this project is that if at any point the Markley Group doesn't meet all of the various elements that they've promised to do in terms of expenditures and job growth, et cetera, the city has the option to go in and cancel or diminish or do what is necessary to uphold that particular aspect of the deal they've made. So the incredible thing is this property just was purchased last month, and these folks have already cleaned up. Hopefully you've gone by and seen the place. For the first time, the site is seeable, shall we say, and halfway decent. It's going to be a great value to the neighborhood. The folks who tonight who are going to explain to you more just what was done there will show you what all of the work that Mr. Markley is, this is one person, by the way, Mr. Markley, all of the work that he's calling upon to be done in the area there. And that one of the chief things that everybody should be happy about is that one of the number 1 priorities is security. Security, security, security. Obviously, with that kind of operation and materials in there, it's very important. I can tell you when I and other people go to Boston and get to enter the premises there, I think we do a homeland security check and everything else check along the way before you can even get in the door. And the other important thing is that Mr. Markley's the kind of person who wants to make sure everything's done and done right. So you're going to hear some of that from some of the people, a couple of the people who are going to give you that information. So as usual, I've already spoken too long, but I think it's such an important thing for the city of Lowell. I should say one thing. They're going to tell you what's already in the plans, but this is also going to be a work in progress. Over the last 10 or 12 years, there's been constant turnover and change in the Boston operation. I assume the same thing will be done here, but all we're doing tonight is giving you the rundown of how they want to get up and get going. They need to get up and get going fast because they already have people knocking down the door to let them in. So the last thing I'll say is I love to say this because Mr. Markley has developed and built things all over, not just America, all over the world. And so what I like to say is Boston, Chicago, Miami, Las Vegas, San Francisco, Toronto, Paris, Marseille, Geneva, Milan, Frankfurt, and Lowell, Massachusetts. So I think it behooves us to find a way, let's hope, to get that all done. So I have with me here tonight Louis LePape, who's right there. Louis is a on-board, on-site, regular employee of the company, and a man who's been all over the world with Mr. Markley, building facilities and fixing facilities, knows the business like nobody knows the business. And I have with me as well David Wildenauer, who will be speaking in a minute to give you some background from the Stantec company. And Teo, I always get Teo's name, Kindermans, of course, who also is going to give you, by the way, just as an example of the kinds of things that we're looking at, you know so well how much concern the city and our engineer has about water runoff and everything. The plans that are made to take care of that come close to mind-boggling as far as I'm concerned. So I and Louis and the folks that are here with me, David's right there, and Teo is right there as well. They're going to give you a brief introduction and a little show and tell of the surrounding area and whatever, and we'll all be here. I have with me, by the way, Mr. Theodoro, my associate, and my bodyguard, Wally Cahill, who you've seen many times with me here. So, and Wally's done a great job in assisting them and knowing what the city's all about. So, without further ado, as they say, I'm going to turn things over to David Wildenauer, who's going to borrow Mr. Hammer's tripod and show you some of his plans, and I thank you all very much.
Good evening. Thanks for having us this evening. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is David Wildenauer, and I'm an architect with Stantec Architecture. Our office is in Boston, and we are acting as architect engineer for this project. And we've done quite a bit of business with the Markley Group on their Boston facility over the last 15 years or so. I would like to give you a high-altitude introduction to the project. Mostly, as an architect, I'm here to speak about buildings and arrangement, and after I'm done briefly, then I'll turn it over to Mr. Kindermans, who is with Stantec Planning and Landscape Architecture, and he's been directing the site development effort, and he will speak to the intricacies of the site plan, et cetera. So if I may come in and use the...
Yes, you may, sir.
Use the...
Microphone, yeah.
While David's doing that, Mr. Chairman, if you'll give me the... I should tell you, while he's setting up, that Mr. LePac, this is commitment, spent this weekend moving into Lowell, where he's going to live and stay. So it gives you an idea of the commitment these folks are making. And what I also meant to say is a kudos to the city manager for the wonderful job that he and his staff, including Judith and others, have done to help these people out along the way.
Not made to hold 3 boards at once. Okay. First of all, I have a board here. I don't think anybody needs too much introduction to the situation as it exists over there. This is obviously a very large facility that is very visible and has fallen into some state of disrepair and has obviously been underutilized and disused for a number of years. I'm sure it'll be a pleasure to see it redeveloped. Just in a nutshell, this aerial photograph of the existing, of course, the main building is a very large building of about 300,000 square feet. And this is actually the newest building of the complex. It was built in between some other lower-lying buildings of older vintage. Our plan, in a nutshell, is to redevelop this main building with a very thorough structural renovation to bring it up to current seismic standards. These 2 lower buildings on this side are going to be completely renewed and renovated. This being some early delivery space. We actually have some work under progress, in progress over there at this time. And these 2 buildings over on this side are intended to be demolished in order to make room for equipment at grade here. These facilities involve quite a bit of auxiliary equipment. This is a depiction of the finished condition. We have enlarged and renewed these 2 buildings over on the south side of the site. The main building has been completely re-imaged and renewed. The exterior skin is in very poor repair at this point in time, and it's pretty much going to be removed and redone with a very modern and very up-to-date building skin. And this area here, which was occupied by those 2 buildings on the north side, they would be demolished and make room for an equipment yard that would include probably auxiliary generators, maybe some cooling equipment. That would be in some sort of a fenced and screened enclosure. And our plan at this time as well is to actually insert a new floor in this building. It's a 3-story building now, but the floor-to-floor heights are so great that we're actually able to insert a new 3rd floor in there and cut a big hole in the roof and actually make a well there that at the 3rd floor level we can install more of this type of auxiliary equipment, and it will be screened from view, and also that'll be a positive from an acoustic standpoint. In a nutshell, that's the arrangement, and that's the building end of it. So I will turn it over to Mr. Kindermans, who will come up and speak to the site plan. It's a very extensive site redevelopment.
Thank you. Very well.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Theo Kindermans. I'm a site planner with Stantec Planning and Landscape Architecture with offices downtown in Boston. We are responsible for the landscape architecture and civil engineering of this project. As David sort of gave you already sort of the overview of the building, I will give you sort of from a high vantage point the overview of the site, and I can answer any questions in more detail afterwards. Our main entrance will be coming off of Prince Street, or what's being called as Prince Street. It's our site will be secured, so you'll have to enter through a manned gate that's manned 24/7, and you will get badged to get in here. We have a main entrance alley that goes up to a pretty well-designed front entrance. That'll be our front door. Regular employees will come on the back side of this and park in the parking lot there. Stormwater in this area will sheet flow towards a enlarged detention basin here that does all the water quality. We'll have, currently we're showing some stormwater structures underneath the parking lot here that will capture and treat some of the runoff, and then it'll be discharging in an overflow into Hales Brook. Currently, there is some direct discharge into Hales Brook. The brook, the bank of the brook is a wall, and it has there's some holes in the wall that currently have the discharge. We'll be closing that up and obviously cleaning all the stormwater before it gets discharged. We have a loading dock on this side of the building, also coming off of that main front door that will have some loading. We don't expect many trucks, but upon fit out, people will be delivering computer equipment, servers, etc., server racks. That sort of material will come through the loading dock. We added this sort of driveway up to give access to the fire lane that's behind the building. So that's something that's been relatively recent added to the plan, so that we have good access. There was a request from the traffic engineer and from the fire department. We do have several more gates. These 3 in particular, those are all secured and locked and are only there for emergency purposes. As David said, we are showing an equipment yard here. Exact layout is still to be determined as the build out of this building goes forward. We'll be occupying that. Same with this equipment yard. As you can see, the landscaping on the plan as it is currently proposed meets and exceeds well the requirements by zoning. Parking spaces that we are showing meets the zoning regulations as a storage facility, which this in essence it is. It's a data storage facility. It's more than we need. So we have at the front door we'll have paved parking spaces in the lots where it currently is already paved. We have additional spaces in the rear that could be used, and that actually are grass paved spaces, sort of overflow spaces. In a nutshell, I think that's my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. LePac would like to say a little something about their position in the city and what they're hoping to accomplish for us.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm Louis LePac. I've just moved to Lowell. I'm on 39 Perkins Street. I'm not sure what kind of questions that you might be having on this, but we did have an opportunity to talk to several of the city department heads, as well as the mayor and the other staff. If there's any questions about, so some of the issues that we talked about last time had to do with water runoff, and at this point, this was up until, we'll say last week, this was one of my main concerns, is that the water runoff the building was that was directed into the center of the building, as well as the hillside water as well. And Teo has, and their engineers have come up with a way to take that water away from the building and handle the runoff of the city as well, and run it through these different kinds of catch systems before, so it can be treated before, there's any issues with it, with the extreme. Were there any questions about the plan we have so far?
Not as of yet. We'll get to those.
All right. So, again, I was fortunate to be with Mr. Markley through all of these different countries. And once I think I mentioned this before, that every city that we had the opportunity to work in, it was always bettered by it. And we certainly hope to make the same change for the positive here in Lowell.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's the applicant's presentation to this point, and we'll wait for the normal course and be ready to answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. At this point in time, if anybody want to speak in favor of the project? Just come to the microphone, please, sir, and state your name, ma'am, and whoever wants to go first, that's fine. Just your name for the address, please.
Okay, yes, good evening, Carol McCarthy, 64 Blossom Street, also co-chair of the Sacred Heart Neighborhood Improvement Group. I think residents of the city can remember way, way back when Mr. Pellegrino had the vision of building this enormous building to develop his pasta and that, and then the wonderful restaurant that he had on the site. At those days, the only entrance to the site was Carter Street. We knew that the back entrance also had a rear entrance that would lead off to Chambers Street, and that his business was so successful that he needed the access road now, which is now called Prince Street, leading into the building, that Carter Street no longer would allow the vehicles to get in and out there. It was just a sad day to see when his vision would just kind of just belly up and go out, and this enormous building would remain standing there. And I appreciate the number of businesses that came in and tried to do something. But as a neighborhood person, living in the neighborhood and being chair of the neighborhood group in the area, this building remained a white elephant to our neighborhood that, as driving by, I would have visions of what to do with the property and to develop into a 50 and over unit. Let's get rid of the building. Let's do this, easy access to all the highways and that. So it was really nice to read in the newspaper when this company here decided that they wanted to come into Lowell. They wanted to look at this building, and they wanted to try to do something with this site. So I'm really interested in learning more about the kind of business they are, what type of business they're running, how they run and operate, and it's really nice to see that somebody wants to take the white elephant off our shelf in the area and really develop it into something that would be nice. Like we said, the best thing about this neighborhood is we have easy access to all the highways there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Frank King. I'm a direct abutter to this property on Newhall Street as well as Livingston Street. I hope to see this project completed in the manner that they've talked about here this evening. I'm really in favor of it. It's going to bring a sore piece to a delightful piece, and I encourage you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Nancy Forts. I'm a direct abutter. I have some concerns. I know this is a computer outfit, cloud. What type of security, especially around the perimeter, is there going to be any type of security? There is a lot of illegal activity going on Prince Ave, and I wondered, you know, if there's going to be increased police surveillance or what in the area.
I'll let Attorney Alides try to answer that for you, ma'am. Sure.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Absolutely. I made reference to it before. The tricky part, and I think in the memo that I gave to the board, I mentioned this, the tricky part is that we don't want this to look like a prison. So Mr. Markley, one of the first things he talked about doing was encircling the entire facility with some kind of building materials, whether it be fencing, stone, or whatever it is, depending on where they were at various portions of the facility. But in fact, yes, the entire area will be either some sort of 6-foot fencing, shall we say, or stone walls or things like that, so that security is crucial to these folks, as I said. They cetannot afford to let anybody get near the facility that might do damage to somebody's whole data system, et cetera. Louis, do you want to add anything to that?
We have a security consultant on retainer at the moment, and they're reviewing the entire building and as well as the infrastructure and the neighborhood as well. So fencing is initially installed, and we went through and fixed up all the fencing that was there. It had slices and cuts in it. And that we don't really exactly know exactly what the fencing material is going to be, or if it's going to be a wall. I think it's probably going to be a combination where roads butt up to it. I think you'll probably see something more secure that will restrict any kind of vehicle penetration, and where that doesn't happen, I think fences will probably be appropriate. But, I mean, they won't be 20-foot high with a razor wire, nothing like that's going to be there, but it certainly is going to be, and it will be surveilled. There'll be video surveillance. There will probably be some kind of soil interaction with motion detectors, things like that, and we can't really say exactly what all we're going to do, but we also have guards on the premises, and we'll have continual 24/7 coverage as we have today. So there'll be lighting installed as well, so we'll be able to see all the barriers and all the points of access.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak in favor? In favor?
Mr. Chairman, member of the board, my name is Chad Banches. I live at 29 Andrews Street. My residents can see this building, and I'm pleased with the plans that they presented. My only concern with the initial plan is the equipment yard and just any additional noise it might add to the neighborhood. I'd be interested in exploring additional, sound mitigating possibilities. But overall, I think it's a great plan, and I think it'll be a great improvement to the neighborhood.
Sorry, Chad, what was your last name?
Banches.
You spell that?
Spelled B-A-N-T-J-E-S.
Thank you.
Attorney Leides, can somebody from your group indicate how they're going to try to keep any noise down, or what noise may be affected by the neighborhood? I think that was one of the things that was also brought up by one of the planning comments.
Yeah, it was on here, yeah.
Can you address it, the noise? Oh, you can take it, okay.
So the noise coming from the property that we generate probably has to do with cooling units as well as generators. So generators are emergency generators. All of them will be in sound attenuating kinds of enclosures. We understand the decibel range is 55 decibels at the property line, and we'll ensure that that is not breached. As well as cooling, again, there's same kind of attenuating kinds of fences and barriers that we'll place around those to ensure that we're well within the requirements of the city.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to speak in favor? In favor?
Yeah, the generators are diesel powered, and so we'll have storage on site. So the generators, this is a large facility, could be 60 megawatts of power. 60 megawatts could get as many as 20 generators on site. And 20 generators with fuel for 48 hours is the minimum requirement we have on a critical care facility like that. And we're probably talking on the area of 150, 200,000 gallons of fuel. But all will be separated in dual wall tanks with retention basins as on alarming and alerting and everything that goes with it. And there's several state requirements for that, and we'll make sure we more than exceed all of the city's and state requirements.
Okay. Right. I think we have another gentleman here who wants to speak in favor. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Sang. I live at 17 Andrews Street, in the same residence or same condominium residence as Chad, actually. And I would also like to speak in favor. I likewise have similar concerns about noise, or questions about noise, for the auxiliary power units and the fans that they have. But overall, I think it's a good thing for the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to speak in favor? In favor? Favor? At this point in time, anybody want to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition? At that point in time, I'll turn the matter over to the board members who have any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Mr. Fischett, you want to go first?
If we could, would you mind, Dave, would you mind putting the aerial photograph back up on that board, please? Pardon me? The existing, I think, the first aerial photograph that you had for us. Existing, yes. Perfect. So I think, just to put some of this in perspective, and if we could just point out where Andrews Street is on the back side of that development. Yep, exactly. And the condos that the two gentlemen living in right there, the mill complex that we just had before us is right there in that picture on the upper left-hand corner. So when I had the opportunity of walking the site on Saturday, the security guards, they logged me in and actually gave me a tour of the site and walked to that gate. And I really, to that point, hadn't quite realized the proximity of the two developments. And when you really look at that, and you look at what's happening in that neighborhood right now, it's such a positive development. So it really, that really tied, I thought it really tied the two together, is what's going on over there. And then, driving back, I just went down Gorham Street, and Mr. Leides, you're aware of the project going up at the old Butler School site. And then I went down Fletcher Street and everything going on with UMass Lowell, and I turned onto Pawtucket Street, and the new building's finally going up that we approved there. So I was feeling pretty good by the time I got home, I can tell you that. So I think the landscaping is unbelievable. I mean, the amount of vegetation on the site for as Carol McCarthy explained, the building is kind of a white elephant, and what do you do with it? But I think they're landscaping it about as well as you possibly can. I did have some concerns, and it was mentioned in the DPD memo of June 24th, and I did ask the security guards and confirm that it is very dark. Prince Ave, I didn't realize, and they're dark maples that are on that street. So I guess when at night it is really, really dark approaching there. So I just, if you could go over what the lighting scheme is, because I think even DPD had some concerns with the lighting, so.
Thank you. So Prince Ave, I got to orient.
Be to the lower portion of that, to the lower right-hand corner of that, yes, right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got to orient myself here.
No, that's fine.
No, that's fine. But yeah, we obviously we don't own this. It's going to be our front door, so we have plans or ideas about it, and I think we've tossed it around. We tossed it also around here with various departments. We want to do something, but in order to not muddy up the waters, we wanted to make sure that we have a good site plan approval package to you that could get approved. Once that's approved and ongoing, we would love to do something about our front door. And the lighting would be one of them. I think the landscaping, as when this road got put in, you come down here and you look at the backs of homes. It's not the prettiest view coming in at a front door. Right. So you might want to do something about that. And so in that whole realm at that point in time, we'll evaluate lighting as well.
So what would the lighting on the site be as you hit the entrance then?
The lighting on the site will have at least 2 different light fixtures, and I'm going to take the other plan, I think. Our front LA with some fixtures here, we're currently showing as a decorative light fixture. Hasn't been decided yet. It's going to be some sort of a modern, very modern-looking light fixture, whether it's direct downlight or reflective downlight is unclear. In the parking lot itself, we'll have a modern shoebox-type fixture, full cut-off LED light that will go on a timer most likely, or photocell on and a timer off. But as was said before, it's a full secure facility, so we need to have a certain amount of light. We won't have any light spillage. I mean, that'll be clear. But you know, we'll have an LED light, and at least the parking lot will be full cut of dark sky compliant, with an ornamental light coming down in here.
And have you had any discussions, and I know you mentioned, have you had any discussions with city departments regarding street lighting, though? And I understand it kind of is slightly outside of site plan review, however, given the sensitivity of the site as well, I think you'd want to have...
on Prince Ave?
Yes, exactly.
We have not, but as I said, you know, once we decide that we want to, or once we are comfortable with what's going to happen here, you know, we'll start looking at our front door and start looking off-site and see what can be approved there. But as I said, it's our front door. We want to make that good looking.
I think I could interject, if I may, Mr. Fischett.
Sure.
That was one of the items that was brought up by the planning staff.
Correct.
And there was, I don't think we mentioned this, there was a meeting that took place this past week with the planning staff and Lewis and his people, who went over every single one of those items, I would say to the satisfaction, and Judith can speak for herself. One of the problems, if I can use the word problems, that we've run into with some people call it Prince Street. You know, we have Prince Street and Prince Avenue there.
Right.
I don't think it ever was named Prince Street. As a matter of fact, if you look at the assessor's map, it's referred to as driveway to Prince.
Right.
The question is, no one has yet told me who owns it, whether it's a public way, a private way, or whatever. We're going to be working on finding out that information. They would love to light up, Lewis will tell you that. That was one of the first things he said to me. He'd like to make that entryway prettier, more lit up, et cetera, but we're not in a position to be able to do that yet because of those legal questions that I mentioned.
Then it would be helpful, Attorney Alides, if you have this memo, and as we typically do, if you say you went through these items, could you just address then some of the items from this memo of the 24th? Or maybe Judy could elaborate on it, but...
Sure, can I grab my...
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just add, as George, Mr. Elides did mention, we did have an extensive meeting. I was at that meeting with the applicant, and we talked about every single comment that was presented to them by the different city departments. And what we found was that even though they don't have a specific plan right now for every single piece, all of the landscaping and lighting, they have agreed that they will comply with any of the requirements that the board puts forth or any requirements that the staff puts forth. So they're definitely willing to work with us on any issue.
Okay, great, thank you, that's helpful.
Before I answer that question, Mr. Chairman, if I may, through the chair, our prestigious radio man has indicated that at some point I blocked him out from being able to make a comment, and he'd just like to be sure that he gets the opportunity to say something later. Is that okay?
Prestige radio,
We'll get back to you.
Okay, so...
If you just want to comment on the comments, and then we'll turn it back over to the public, to anybody else who wants to speak.
Oh, so noise. Let's all understand, I have here, there is a city ordinance on noise.
Right.
What the city ordinance on noise says is, by districts, by the way, by zoning districts, has varying numbers. And what it basically says is that no one should, on any kind of extreme basis, exceed the various number levels by more than 5. And so we're aware of it. We don't believe that will ever happen on any kind of a regular basis. If need be, Lewis and the folks have already indicated that The problem with saying a noise study is they don't believe they're going to have any noise. The only possibility of noise is if a generator kicks in, and again, that's not that likely to do. If it does, it's going to be short level. But needless to say, we've looked at the noise ordinance situation, and we're ready to deal with it. I think a noise study at this point would certainly not be that effective. So that's, is that?
My understanding would be then, if for some reason it would appear there was an issue, then you certainly would be receptive to having a noise study, and then whatever needed to be put in place to mitigate that would happen.
Absolutely. So, handicap ramps, absolutely. That can go in as a condition, and we're glad to do that. And we, again, that's in an area that is very, very critical to these folks. As you know, it's a major entry point. They want every part of it to look well. It's a little bit unusual because, as you know, two streets come feeding into it at the same time from either side, so it's not easy to deal with. But that's something we hope to deal with the law department, the engineering department, or whatever, and if we come up with something that needs to be brought before the board, obviously we will. Let's see. We're all ready. Teo will tell us, Concon is, if you're filing this week, or have you filed already?
Conservation Commission will be filing this Wednesday, and will be on the Conservation Commission's agenda, hopefully August 12th.
We already have at this time, we've already put in place silt barriers, any kind of, to block any kind of runoff, contamination. We've already had those in place, and they've been in place for several weeks now.
I didn't realize that's quite a significant body of water that's running back there. I was actually surprised. I didn't realize it was that significant.
So we talked about driveway to Prince and the lights there. We want to do something with that. The 100-foot buffer zone, can anybody want to? Teo? The comment about the 100-foot buffer zone and the location of our work yard materials, is there anything that?
Yeah,
The brook has a riverfront, 25-foot riverfront buffer area, riverfront resource area, and a 100-foot buffer area to the bank and the land underwater. So we had a sedimentation basin shown within the 100-foot buffer on our one of our plans. Obviously, that can be moved out of the buffer area.
Okay. You know, I don't have 6 and 7 on here. If somebody can help me out with what they are.
That would be the applicant should be aware that any retaining wall over 4 feet must receive a building permit. Wall details should be submitted to Development Services showing proposed design and materials prior to construction.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, at the meeting Friday that I mentioned, the building commissioner was there too, and he made it very clear that if it's greater than 6 feet at any point, we have to go to the zoning board of appeals, which we're prepared to do if we feel it's necessary at some point.
And then 7 was the applicant should clarify what materials will be utilized to screen the receptacles.
Trash receptacles?
Yes.
As far as fencing?
This is at our a dumpster location right here at the loading dock. We'll have a solid 6-foot fence. It'll sit below the loading dock is 4 feet below, so it'll sit lower already in this well, and then we will have a solid board fence around the well.
Solid fence. A wood fence, did you say?
It's most likely going to be some wood.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess lastly, number 8, no gate has been shown for the emergency egress onto Newhall Street, I'm sorry. Any gate intended for this location, whether existing or proposed, should be identified on the plan.
A little tricky, and the reason I say that, not to be fresh.
Yeah.
Yes, we want, there'll be a permanent gate there. we obviously know that there's something, and we've been talking and working with the fire department. They want to be able to have access at every spot. The reason I say a little tricky or whatever, if you try to enter the premises in Boston, there's a gate, a rail, a barrier that's 3 or 4 feet high because security is so important. We've heard of crash fences. I think we've got to find some variation of that. They don't want a crash fence that somebody else can crash through. So we're working on that.
So you're working with the fire department for
Right,
the final
absolutely.
approval on that, okay.
Yeah, whatever we do will be, the fire department will be happy with the decision. Most likely it'll be some kind of motorized gate fence with some kind of ability for the fire department to access it whenever there's an alarm. Either it'll automatically open or we'll have a guard there. Whatever it is, we'll make sure that
We'll have access.
any access is provided.
Okay, then we get to the various departments. The wastewater utility asks about sewage pump station, et cetera. Would either of you gentlemen want to comment on the pumping station and whatever situation?
Currently, the existing building is serviced by a wastewater system that connects here, and then it'll pump up with a large pump, and it'll pump up to here, which is significantly higher. For the time being, that's the system has been cleaned and is operable at the moment. This building that's going to be under construction very shortly, for the time being, most likely will tie into that. We are still investigating another connection coming up front, which will have to be pumped because the gravity isn't there. But we might want to consolidate that and get sewage flow quicker out of the building. We'll have then as well a secondary connection because the guard check, which will be manned 24/7, will have a bathroom and a water connection in there as well. So, and that'll be gravity feed.
And I guess, I'm sorry, did you determine at the moment, though, that the existing pump station is sufficient for?
It's, to my understanding, it's been recently been investigated and cleaned up. It hadn't been serviced for a good number of years, and now it has been.
It's sufficient today, but it's not our desire to keep it like that. Sure. Because we don't want water or waste running under the white space, which is what will be there. So we're going to try to keep things to the side and find a better route for it.
Interestingly, if I may interject, this gentleman has spent tens of hours, maybe hundreds of hours, trying to find out where water lines and sewer lines or whatever. There are no good records on any of that stuff. What they have determined, because there were actually stand fills in the middle of some of the floors in the building, is that at some point there were things running through the building at the bottom or underground. It's Lewis's intention to not have a single drop of water from anywhere in the interior of the building. Is that fair to say?
It's been a fascinating sort of forensic approach to this property in that the city doesn't have any records on it. I don't know where they've all went, but through the years, they've sort of walked away. But we will provide all of our records, all of our surveys to all the different various departments so that gas, water, power, sewage, everyone knows where all the, because there is really quite a history to this property here. You could actually write a book about it.
Okay, so the next one, I think, is the water utility, and we sort of touched upon that, but do you want to mention anything about taps? Teo might be able to tell us. Pressure testing.
Those are very much construction-related items. They will be incorporated on our construction drawings, not a problem.
Oh, I think one of it had to do with the loop. I heard the loop was talking about it, something else, and that's something we want as well. We're not satisfied with the water situation as it is, and we want diverse paths of water because we use a lot of water cooling. So this loop system is something we absolutely want to, I think you want it and we want it as well. Most of us, I think we're walking step by step on this. But we'll do pressure testing of the fire control systems. The fire control system of the building is going to be a dry pipe kind of system. So 2 knocks, so it's always dry and there's no water anywhere until a series of alerts go off, and then we'll flood the zones and we'll flood the areas, and then only then, if there's a fire and heat, will actually bust a break, and then it acts like a wet system. So those kinds of systems will be in place. There'll be new fire pumps, and we're doing all those sort of testing now to make sure the existing systems are working, and then we'll maintain those throughout the construction interval as well.
And as far as the traffic engineer is concerned, my understanding, Judith, is that he's indicated that he's satisfied with the changes that have been agreed to since the meeting, and
Yes, the comments that you see from traffic were actually made prior to the July 10th plans? I think that's the date, prior to the latest plans. So he has seen the latest plans, and he has signed off on them.
Okay, oh, good. Well, I think that's pretty thorough, so I, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. I'm going to give the gentleman in the back a chance to speak before Mr. Leidy steps him off again.
the radio man.
You better, the radio man.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to get my comment on record. I'm sorry that I missed the opportunity.
Quite all right, sir. Thank you very much.
My name is Sam Polton, and although I reside in Chelmsford, I own the first floor at 61 Market Street, the former Burke Building, and I operate 2 businesses in the city. I'm a partner in Remax Partners Real Estate and 980 WCAP. And I would just like to strongly support this use of the property. As a realtor, I became very, very familiar with the property last year and learned an awful lot about it. And my good friend Jerry Kaplan, who is something of a computer expert, taught me an awful lot about what the property will be used for. And I have to agree with what Attorney Eliade said. Every once in a while, something comes along that's a real game changer. This isn't just the best use of this building that was a single-use building and now will be so again. It's also a tremendous opportunity for the city of Lowell. And I think it's not only going to enhance the neighborhood and create something remarkable from something that had outlived its usefulness, it's also going to put Lowell on the map with another new technology. And I hope that this whole process gets speeded along. I think you've got the right folks with the right idea at the right place at the right time. And again, I say that as a local businessman, I say it as a realtor, and I also say it for someone that has an awful lot of heart and soul invested in the city of Lowell. So I'm proud to see this in front of us, and I wish them Godspeed, and I hope you see your way clear to approve this. Thank you
sir.
very much.
Okay, getting back to Jerry, you all set? Any more questions? No? Okay.
I think we were close to the end, weren't we?
Yeah.
We're getting to the planning board questions. Yep, we went through all that. Now we're just going to ask and see if any of the board members have any questions.
I have just
I'm
one
going to go with Mr. Lockhart next.
clarification on the department comments relative to the fire department's comment, an access road to the generator yard, fuel spill leak containment plan. I'm sure you've addressed those things. I'd just like to hear maybe some more specific information.
Issue on the road was, we had a 16-foot road shown. We've expanded that to the 20-foot required by the fire department. That's in place. Any fuel will have will have secondary confinement, so the tanks themselves have double-wall tanks, and they'll have secondary confinement as well. There'll be a spill mitigation plan in place filed. That's part of our normal requirements.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Dick, any questions, comments? Okay. Bob?
I only would, I'm curious about the landscaping near the brook. You're going to undertake that? You're going to landscape along the brook area?
Yes, the plans are a bit more deep. Thanks, Vanna. It's a little bit more detailed on the plans I was submitting on Tuesday to the Conservation Commission. Of course, we're restricted what we can do along the brook, but what we'll be doing, what's being proposed, is take all the invasives out, take pretty much the understory out, leave the mature local trees there, and then put a big evergreen screen up with and it's a double row with native evergreens, mainly arborvitae, I think, and some spruce. that's going to be put up, and that's going to be all along the brook in the first 25 foot of the riverfront zone. And then in here, this detention basin, it's not really a detention basin because we don't have the volume in it, and we're close to groundwater, so we'll be more treating that as a rain garden and cleaning and storing some of the water, or at least holding it back, but cleaning it. So. And obviously, as a rain garden, that will be the landscape pretty well as well.
Yeah, I think it's great. That's all I have.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off, I got a couple questions for staff. What land use is this being characterized as?
It's characterized as warehousing,
Okay.
storage area.
Okay. It seems to me that the amount of parking being required by the zoning ordinance is in practice excessive for your need. Am I mistaken in saying that?
It's
excessive, I think it is.
It is.
Okay. How many parking spaces are you providing on this plan?
Well, I'm not sure Teo can
Off
tell.
the top of my head, I want to say 420, but it's one per 1,600
Right.
square foot. I want to say I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's like 400 or so.
I don't want to give any,
Should be on the
I don't want to say too much, let's say, but what we're talking about is there's an awful lot of extra space there that could be utilized for other purposes down the road. So, yeah, there's a lot of extra parking there, and we don't use, on staff, there won't be more than 30 or 40 people to start with, so and they won't always be there.
Okay.
There'll be visitors all the time for the various companies, but you're talking maybe another 20, 30 at different times or whatever. So there are not very many parking spaces needed.
Let's project out to full build-out. You said 30 to 40 to start with. At full build-out, at maximum occupation, everything goes great. How many people will be in this building in 10 years?
Well, if I just look at the Boston facility, which has been for 15 years, and it's about the same size facility, I think there's probably no more than 30, 35 staff full-time on the premises. Maybe 40 with all the vice presidents and things there. But generally, that we expect something on that range. Now, customers come and go. Sometimes they come in mass. Like when Harvard was moving a lot of their kids, they came in with 30, 40, 50 people, and they were there for a week, and then they did their job, and then they left.
Okay.
So it's sporadic, but it's and depending if it's a disaster recovery site. So I could see there could be 100 people on the site.
Okay.
At any one particular time.
Maybe 100 people at the maximum. So we're probably talking about a factor of 4 too much parking on this site. I raised this not because I'm looking to save the applicant a few bucks on his $200 million project, but because I feel it runs contrary to the public interest for the city to be mandating the installation of all this impervious surface that isn't needed. It's not what's best for this neighborhood, which already has drainage issues. Creating more impervious surface, creating more heat island effect from more paved area. I'm wondering if there's anything that we can do on this end. I noticed you're proposing a lot of your 420 spaces are the grass block spaces.
If I may interject, actually double-check the drawings here. It's 344 that we're proposing on spaces.
Okay, so maybe we're only excessive by a factor of 3. Those, but that number, that includes what you're proposing here as the grass block spaces?
Correct.
Okay. I noticed the grass block spaces end at a certain point and on that back road, and you actually have a large paved, a large area of paved spaces at the end of that, at least on the plan I have. The ones all the way towards the bottom of that road, out by Iowa Street.
No, these should be only, these spaces, we have our fire lane or emergency egress. And we have sort of 2 large fields of grasscrete, and then these fields should only be grasscrete. Correct.
Okay, I might not be looking at the latest plan then. So all of those spaces in back are all of the ones in the back by your current proposal are going to be the grass block spaces?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, that was actually going to be my proposal, if we could turn those to grass block to try to reduce the impervious surface area. That was going to be my first proposal. My second proposal is that I don't think we could do it for this one, but going forward, I think we might need a new land use in our zoning ordinance to more effectively capture, data storage facility, that it doesn't produce the same parking demand as warehousing and or other industry, and that it doesn't, and that it might have some and might not have some of the usual spillover effects we'd consider to be standard for warehousing. I think that might be something worth looking at going forward, and if the city was to go in that direction, I would very much invite the applicants to play a role in that, helping us figure out what we need to think about.
It's not a bad idea, because there'll be more.
Oh, that would be great.
I told you I wasn't talking out of school, but Louis is maybe talking a little bit out of school. Sorry. He's the boss, so he can say what he wants to say.
Right. Other area I wanted to ask about, your backup generators. Diesel?
Diesel.
You're such a forward-leaning industry. You're talking about the future here, and your backup generators are diesel. Why are they diesel and not gas? I'm worried about the neighborhood, a dense urban neighborhood. We have elevated levels of asthma in Lowell. The notion of 20 diesel generators turning on in the middle of Sacred Heart.
Right, so natural gas is something that we've done in the past. Usually it's where we can't use diesel because fuel storage is an issue in high-rise buildings, things like that. The trouble is that the delivery of gas has to be entirely dependable. We use these for life safety generators as well. They have to start and come on the line in 2 seconds. So diesel meets all these kind of requirements. They also deliver the most power per kilowatt and the most power per BTU than the natural gas does. Natural gas is an option, but not for a farm the size of this. And we did look at fuel farm. We looked at, wind, solar. We looked at any opportunity to not use as many generators, but diesels have just been the tried and true method. Now, on day one, we're not going in with that, but I will tell you that part of the state filing is that we have to apply for emissions, and there's also concentration of emissions, so all that has to go into the filing, and we have a consultant, Tom Woolley, that does that for us in Boston, and he'll be looking at exactly the same thing here. It has to do with whether or not, and sometimes they force you to put scrubbers on that reduces the particulates by 95%. So we use tier 2 rated generators, and they're all state regulated. So, I think all of your issues are valid, and unfortunately, diesel has just been the tried and true method for data centers that's what they...
Yeah, actually, my wife is an air quality engineer. She does a lot of air quality permitting. And one thing that I've learned is that there's a certain amount of flexibility shown by the regulators when you're talking about emergency generators, which is what we're talking about here.
Yes, exactly.
It's not the highest level of review and regulation when we're talking about emergency generators. What about going forward? I assume that that you are not hoping to stay on diesel generators indefinitely, that at some point battery power, as that advances?
Well, we have batteries also in the facility, so we probably have 11 to 15 minutes of batteries on all of our power systems. So those carry over during a generator start. And so we monitor power degradation. One of the problems we have here is most of the power facilities are aerial, and they're not buried underground. So it's not going to be like in Boston. We are one block from the generating or from the delivery station. It's all underground to us. Never had a power outage in Boston, so our generators run very infrequently. And it's not unusual to have a 10 or 15-year-old generator with 40 hours on it. So we hardly ever use them, and so that to keep that requirement is very hard, because what we consider an outage and what is considered an emergency outage may not be the same thing. So we may like to bring our generators on to help us through a power changeover. That eats into our how many hours that we're allowed to run each year. And so we have to stay there, and we have to maintain those kind of records, and we're audited frequently about that.
Okay.
I wish I could give you a better answer. Fuel cells, we did look at them, but they are incredibly expensive, and payback on them is just 27 years or something like that.
Yep. But it is also the case in your industry, and it's certainly true in the power industry, that the advances are coming fast and furious. Hopefully you won't be dependent on diesel as your backup for too much longer, and hopefully there won't be backup diesel generators on this site 20, 30 years from now.
Well, I can tell you one of the problems that we have is we're looking at a 10 or 15-year build program, and the technology that we deploy today probably won't be the technology that we deploy in 5 years or 10 years. And so part of the design criteria was that we had a flexible and scalable kind of mechanical and electrical kind of design that allowed us to use whatever the new wave comes in. And so that was the challenge that we put out to the M&E. And we did a very aggressive search for an M&E firm, and we just picked one, Siska Hennessy, and they are, well, so they do all sorts of things like this, and so they're leading the charge on how we do things.
Okay. All right. Are you, Jerry, that discovery you made of how close it was to the Andrews Street project, are they actually abutters? Do you abut?
Could you move the mic a little closer?
I'm sorry, am I too quiet? Rarely my problem. Do you actually abut the previous applicant's project, the Andrews Street project?
You know, I think the parking lot does.
Okay.
I think the parking lot on the up by Andrews, there's this kind of area where he's got his thumb, right in that area. I think that their parking lot abuts the Andrews area of ours.
Okay.
I think that parking lot right there, at least is what so I don't know this firsthand, but the bank told me when they sold that parking lot was part of the deal for them.
I raised this issue because the fire department has asked you both to loop your hydrants, and it occurs to me that there could be a relatively easy solution if you talk to each other. Just something I'm going to throw out there. You might want to look into it. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Well, our water supply comes through that lot. There's an 8-inch line that comes right through that area. Comes on the very back of the property. And then, so the other, it winds around the back of the property, comes over to like Bourne Street in Iowa, and it comes down there, and then it loops around the front down Carter, or I guess that's Prince Street, and then it's sort of segmented right there, and it's cut. And then there's another one coming down, I think it's Carter Street, and maybe over to the top of the property. So we're having to find these things. Some of them are not on any drawings, and we've actually made use of Archie the Dowser. You know, what's Archie's name?
Wally produced the Dowser man for him too. What's his?
Archie Trainer. Archie Trainer was with the Lowell Water Department for many years, and he's retired now. And he's come out several times with his, his little
dowsing rod.
Really?
No, he's got these are copper, little pieces of copper wire, and he just walks around. And if you don't believe it's true, I can tell you, I've seen him do it time after time. And
Dowsing,
yeah.
and he finds them every time. And he'll even tell you how deep they are by how fast they
Better
move
write
his
that
hand.
one down.
And it's just amazing watching him work.
Anyways, without getting into the details, if there is some way the two of you talking could help make the fire department happier, that would make me happier.
Well, and us too. So any way to make the water supply more resilient and reliable, we want the same thing.
Excellent. And that does it for my concerns.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, a couple of quickies.
No, go ahead.
Number one, so that everybody understands, the plans are not those two boards there. The board has been furnished with stack after stack of plans that these gentlemen have worked in a very quick time to get out. Secondly, a commercial of sorts, some kudos for Mr. Coughlin, who was appointed specifically by City Manager Kevin Murphy to make sure this project moved along the way and got everything going and got it done right, and he's done it, and he's done a wonderful job. I think he should be recognized for that. And the last thing I'm going to say to you, if you remember, at our informal hearing, I said somebody's going to ask if they're going to build the Prince Grotto again. And don't you know, I didn't plant Mrs. McCarthy to say that, but the answer is, as much as we'd love it, you're too young, Mr. Boyle, to know that, but as much as we'd love to have it, it's going to be a while. Thank you.
Okay.
The last thing I want to say is it's been a pleasure so far working, not so far, but the city has been overbacked. And so none of the people who work in Boston, for instance, are accustomed to this kind of interplay and this kind of even an open conversation we've had with the city, and just kudos to the entire city for a pro-business approach, but certainly we want to be good citizens, and I just can't thank you enough for the time and the help you've all given us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Judy, do you have any further comments? I know you told us a lot of things that happened, a lot of the meetings that took place, and you indicated that they basically concurred to agree with all the comments by all the fire department, city staff, as well as city engineer and anything else. But do you have any further
The only
comments?
other thing that I would add is that there were two meetings. There was a meeting before, the very first meeting was with Joe Janowitz from the planning staff and the applicant and our traffic engineer, Nicholas Bassonetto, and Lisa DeMeo, city engineer. So they met and they reviewed everything. So you don't have a letter from Lisa. However, I did talk to her, and again, she was at that first meeting. She has no issues with the plan. She is still looking at the hydrocalc calculations, and she wanted to get through all of that before she actually issued a letter. But she reviewed the entire stormwater system. So that, just wanted to let you know the reason that you don't have an actual written report from her.
And I know they have to go before conservation, which was indicated earlier by
Yes.
council.
Yep.
Does staff have any comments if we were to make an approval tonight, whether there'd be any conditions that you feel is appropriate, or do you think they've signed off on everything appropriately under the site plan review?
I think the applicant has shown a willingness to, to work with us on the landscape plan, on the lighting plan. And also, again, the elevations, that would include a fence, showing what the fence would look like. And also, again, because they are required by the state to have a fire containment plan. And also, again, approval by the Conservation Commission, obviously, is required.
Okay, thank you. Any of the board members have any follow-ups, any further questions?
I don't have anything.
If not, we can entertain a motion at this point in time.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion for site plan, the approval of the site plan with the condition that the applicant continue to work with the Department of Planning and Development in developing this site, and to report back to us on a regular basis your progress.
So basically, it would be the landscaping and lighting plan as indicated by staff?
Yeah, particularly the lighting, yes.
And if I could add, as
Sure,
an
go ahead.
amendment, Joe, and the applicant has agreed, but just that the applicant will comply with the decibel level requirements by the city of Lowell, and agree to any mitigating measures that may be required in the future.
Yeah, that's
Can you
good.
accept that as amendment to the motion?
Absolutely, and, I mean, there's a lot of detail there. I purposely left out. Fire department, where they're introducing fuel storage, is also very critical as part of the overall approval. But I think they've covered it all very thoroughly and professionally, so.
I'll second that, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
motion made and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair votes yes. Any opposition? Hearing none. The motion is allowed. Good luck and thank you very much. Good luck.
Take another break, I'll be right back.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you, sir. Yep.
Small one, I didn't get them all. Running. That was all sent, and I have a copy here if they need to see it, but it's only a small copy. So it's gonna be presented for the first time. You can say that, or who pulled it back, and
Judith? Peter. Are those new plans or are there changes?
yeah, yeah, there you go.
Were they submitted 7 days before? No?
It was just,
Okay,
correct.
well, then we'll ask for continuance.
Mr. Chairman, could I, you know what?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm not gonna address them. We'll go off the old plan. That's fine, because nothing's
Would
changed.
you just mention that it just came today and nobody received it? Thank you.
Okay, moving along, the next matter is 339 Mammoth Road, site plan and special permit. The Lowell Planning Board will hold a public hearing to hear all interested persons relative to an application by Steve O'Normany Trust seeking site plan approval for redevelopment located at the above address. The proposal consists of demolition of an existing residential building and the construction of a mixed-use building to contain 2 commercial units for use as a variety store and a retail office space for 4 condominium units with 16 off-street parking spaces. The applicant is seeking a site plan review and special permit approval under sections 11.3, 11.4, and 12.1D of the City of Lowell zoning ordinance. The parcel comprised of approximately 17,455 square feet of land and is located in traditional mixed-use zoning district. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Hi, I'm Stephen O'Neill. I'm the owner of 339 Mammoth Road, the proposal before you. I brought my engineer, Ron Close, to answer any questions. We submitted a plan today in reference to some of the comments that were made by the city departments. It was emailed this morning. I apologize for the late mailing, but there was some concerns regarding the light post and ownership. Right now, there's 28 square feet that shows where that light pole is. So what we did is we moved the building back to accommodate the city and the city sidewalk. We still, at the same time, we meet or exceed all the setbacks, including the landscape, open space, and parking. 13 were required, we provided 16. We proposed a building 65 by 70 feet. I'm sure the board remembers I was here a couple of months ago and proposed a restaurant for the site and a variety store, but that would have entailed parking to go on Mammoth Road, which wasn't amenable to the board, it seemed at the time. So this time we bring back a proposal that fits everything, meets the setbacks, and hopefully we can answer any questions with the engineer and address the issues that the city engineer had and the traffic engineer. We also moved the dumpsters. When I called Allied Waste, they only, for recycle and trash for the condominium units, they recommend just the 65-gallon barrels that the city utilizes. What we're proposing is there's 2 6-foot dumpsters in length. I believe they're 52 inches wide, and one would be for trash and the other would be for recycle. That was one of the comments that the city engineer had made. And we also moved it out of the way for the snow storage space to have easier access to that, because there were concerns going around the dumpster where it was placed in the original filing. We proposed the mixed-use building. It's a TMU use. We're proposing a sidewalk on East Meadow Road with the handicap ramps. Also, meeting with the city engineers, they didn't want an entrance coming on to Mammoth Road for traffic backup, so we're going to have all the parking entrance from the East Meadow Road side. There's still a question of the 28 square feet of ownership. The engineer's here, he can explain a little, but the bottom line is we moved the whole building to accommodate the sidewalk and the street light. There was a question from the traffic engineer with building that stone wall out front, the small wall, so we put it behind the light pole so that the city can have access to it. like I say, I apologize for the late last notice of this, but with the concern with the traffic light, it just took extensive engineering from, and the engineers here, from Drake it all the way up, 8th Ave all the way down, and East Meadow from Lamb Street.
Okay. Let's see.
Anything else you have to say, sir? Do you want,
Not at this time. I'll answer any questions, or the engineer will
hey,
answer.
do you want Mr. Close to say anything, or do you?
Yeah, sure. He can explain a little about the Mammoth Road and the 28 square feet and why we moved the building back.
Gentlemen, Judy. My name's Ron Close, C-L-O-S-E, 55 Island Pond Road, Drake, Mass. Registered professional engineer. I work in conjunction with Leo B. White, the registered land surveyor. We've been working together for 40 years, the last 15 full-time. With Mr. White, we proceeded to run the town line, city line, from a bound on Mammoth Road down to the intersection of East Meadow Road and University Ave, I guess it's called now, Lowell. Anyways, that's a town line bound at that point, and we ran the coordinates up, checked them in, found a plan back in 1886 for street layout of Mammoth Road, which was approved by the city council, and a resolution made thereof, voted on in 1886. I believe it was the final date was December. I ran that line out and found that it does not coordinate with the current layout of Mammoth Road, which is the existing street bounds and/or property lines, etc. Following that 1886 layout, there was a subdivision plan done on on the corner of Mr. O'Neill's property, which was done in 1893, which did not show the 28 square foot taking. Also, in 1898, the line of East Meadow Road was laid out, and a resolution approved by the city council. That did not agree with the 1886 layout. My thoughts and Mr. White's thoughts at this time is the intent was to take 28 square feet, but it was never recorded at the Registry of Deeds. And also on your index cards for the city of Lowell, there was never any 28-foot taking shown on the property. What I'm saying is the total square footage of 9,500 square feet, I believe that lot would have been 28 square feet was never deducted from it. And that's on your City of Lowell cards. Also on your map sheets prior to your GIS system, the old map sheets never showed a 28-foot taking. So it's our belief at this time that the 28 feet was intended to be taken, but it never was done officially, and plans following that. We still laid it out on the plan, overlaid it onto the plans to show where it would have been. Also, I showed the layout using the angles off of the town line. That is the angles that was recorded on your 1886 plan. And that would bounce out that area about 5 more feet into the private property. So I don't believe it was ever laid out that way. We used the bounds at 8th Avenue, Chase, I believe it's Tolman, the town line bounds, 2 town line bounds, and also the bounds on Lamb Street. And I couldn't get them to coordinate with that 1886 layout. And I don't believe the intent was to, at this time, to go any further with that as a taking. So that's shown on your plan, and we developed the lot from that. That is the stone walls. We brought it over beyond the 1886 layout, even though I don't believe it's in place. And we moved the wall over to accommodate the City of Lowell light post. And still was able to keep the building 65, the same size, 65 by 70, with all the proper offsets to sidelines, setbacks, and rear lines. And also the parking area remained the same. Even though we shifted it 5 feet, it also remained the same as far as size, and still having a 15-foot offset from the property line. With that said, I'll take any questions from the board.
Okay, I take it you received the city comments from all the departments, Mr. O'Neill?
Correct.
Okay, can you go through those one by one for us then? You could start by the ones
Absolutely.
from Judy Timon from July 10th.
Right.
I have July 6th comments here. Oh, July 10th, I'm sorry. Number one, I proposed to demolish the existing building, single-family home dwelling unit, and construct a 4,050 square foot commercial building that will include a convenience store and a retail office space, 1,500 square feet. That's the footprint. There'll be 4 residential units above with parking, a parking lot, and storm water structures. Is this the comments you mean, or do you mean the ones from the city department heads?
The city department heads. I'm on July 10th from Judy Timon, senior planner, addressed to myself, Chairman Thomas
Is
Lennon,
there
member.
9 on there?
I have, I'm sorry?
9? That's the
9.
one,
I
okay,
got 8.
yep.
Yep, and then after that, we can go through the fire, then we can go through the
Yep.
rest of them. Yep, so if we want to start with those 9.
I have them, I'm sorry. So number one, the abutting properties on Mammoth Road are residential and commercial, with additional commercial uses located north of the intersection on Mammoth Road. A 2-way drive will provide access to the parking from East Meadow Road. The city didn't want it on Mammoth Road, so we put it all on East Meadow Road. Number 2,
So you're going to do a 2-way drive?
we're going to do a 2-way
Okay,
drive
East
off
Meadow
of
Road.
East
Okay.
Meadow Road.
Okay.
The city doesn't want any access
Got that part.
to Mammoth.
So I'll just ask if you're putting the driveway. Okay. fine.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
The applicant worked with the DPW to locate the building so that it abuts the sidewalk on the corner in order to provide an attractive street scape and pedestrian access. In addition to the location of the entrance to the parking lot, it has been suggested by DPD staff with the goal of creating the least amount of intrusion into traffic on Mammoth Road and East Meadow Roads. The current plan shows an entrance on Mammoth Road as well as an entrance from the parking lot. What they suggested is the walk-up entrance to the stores from Mammoth Road be an emergency exit only, and the entrances to the apartments, to the condominiums and the commercial buildings to be from the East Meadow Road side. I need the 2 accesses, one for fire, and that would be a fire exit is what they suggested, and we're willing to do that.
Okay, so you have no problem doing the Mammoth Road entrance as an emergency exit only?
That's correct, no
Okay.
problem whatsoever. The proposed development is located in a traffic area, high traffic area, especially during the peak commuter hours. I'm proposing to provide a sidewalk along East Meadow Road, as well as accessibility improvements on the corner of East Meadow and Mammoth Road for the sidewalk and handicap ramps. The applicant I needed more detail regarding the placement of the proposed retaining wall, which the engineer can answer, the layout of the proposed sidewalk improvements, and the location of the signal masthead. That was the biggest concern we had once we found out that there was a taking, not a taking, 28 square feet. So at that time, when Mr. Close located it, we pulled the building away from that, so the wall will be behind the mast. We won't intrude on the sidewalk that's there now, and the city can have access to that as they do now. So we pulled it back, and it still kept the 15 and a half feet from the lot line in the back. The ownership of the 28 square feet at the corner is in question, but that's for the lawyers to figure out, and like I said, we moved the building back was the reason for that plan tonight. There's an existing grade change. The engineer may be able to answer this one. 4 to 10 feet between the sidewalk and the property, and the applicant is proposing a retaining wall along the edge of the property, both on Mammoth Road and East Meadow Road. There was a high spot in the corner, and I believe that the wall will not exceed like a stoop size, 3 feet to go into the building. 3 steps, I mean, to go into the building. So it doesn't appear that it's going to be, I believe the 4 feet to 10 feet in difference is from one side of the property line to the other. Is that correct? In height. But the level, there's an existing wall, retaining wall to the property beside me that we would probably abut to make it match and come across. The architectural features, including the retaining wall and landscaping entrance, we will provide whatever we need for the building department on the retaining walls, and the architectural style of that wall and the landscaping will work with DPW. I spoke to Judy about it, and I think she agrees that we could work with her for that and the looks of the building. Utilities will be accessed from East Meadow Road, since Mammoth Road has been repaved within the last 2 years, and a street opening permit cannot be issued within 5 years of repavement. We have from all the city departments that there's sewerage, water, access from East Meadow Road without an issue. There was one issue when we cut the water line to the existing house that's there now. Can we stub it off in the sidewalk, which the water department, I believe, doesn't have a problem with, but then they want to know who's going to take care of it after the 5 years at the street, and I will be responsible for that. We'll pay a bond if need be. The proposal includes fencing on the south side and rear of the property with a larger landscape open space area. Included on the plan are trees and shrubs, a landscape island, and a replacement vinyl fence to be placed on top of the existing stone retaining wall. The applicant should show elevations for the fencing. Also, the board may want to consider requiring the applicant to work with the DPW staff to produce a final landscaping plan, which I have no problem with. As far as the wall that's out back, it's in disarray, actually, in rough shape, which we planned on fixing and putting the vinyl fence either on top or right in front of it. The snow storage areas on the southwest corner may be difficult to access due to the location of the proposed dumpster. As you can see in the plan, we moved it and put it so it would be easy access for the snow storage, and if the board wishes, I would get the 85-gallon barrels and just one recycle dumpster if that's an issue, which would make a smaller area if need be. The fire department has noted a sprinkler system will be required for the building, which we plan on doing. And the water department comments include a reference to the existing service in both East Meadow Road and in Mammoth Road. And I think I went over that with regarding the 5-year moratorium. The street opening, the preferred service is Mammoth Road. However, it is not clear if the existing line can service 2 commercial and 4 residential. That would be the line on the property now, which it will not be, so we'll have to issue another one. But that's all the comments that they had. And then the comments from the different departments also.
Okay, so fire department said sprinkler system. You
Fire department
commented that.
approved sprinkler system, correct. Traffic engineer was concerned,
The single mast?
signal, he was concerned with the mast and the foundation not shown on plans, which we did. We moved the wall back, which he was concerned with, from the existing sidewalk, so that that sidewalk that's there now won't be interrupted or disturbed, nor will the mast, and we're behind it, so the city can have access to it. He was concerned with the no parking area and the dumpster area, that the way the plow trucks can push snow directly into the snow storage area, which we moved. And it was also unclear if there is a retaining wall between the parking lot and the building. There is a dark line between the 6 parking spots on the northwest corner of the building. I believe what that's going to do is slope down, correct me if I'm wrong, with the engineer here, right here. It'll slope, right, and they'll be able to access from the spaces right onto the sidewalk, correct? There'll be 2 handicap ramps, one at the top and one in the middle by the 12 by 18 parking area. That's how, and also how are the pedestrians going to access the building from the parking lot? There'll be 2, there's a sidewalk that goes around. It'll be handicapped accessible from the top, and there's one that's down towards the front of the building, or the back of the building from the parking lot. Solid waste recycle, since the dumpsters here is not on a straight approach, dumpster must be on wheels so that they can be rolled out. Boundary tenants must have cardboard dumpster in addition. So that's the purpose of the 2 dumpsters when I called Allied. The 6 by 48 is bigger than the 4 receptacles that they would need, a 65-gallon. So whatever the board wishes, I'll get rather a regular barrel or the 2 small dumpsters. And the water utility is, once again, the proposed plan shows a new water service coming in from East Meadow Road. I'm assuming that the domestic service, the proposed plan shows a new water service coming in from East Meadow. The plan does not say. It does come in from East Meadow. There is a current water service coming in from Mammoth Road side for the existing property. If that line is to be abandoned, it needs to be shut off and cut off at the main from Mammoth Road. Not sure if there is an issue that the line is to be abandoned. It needs to be shut off, cut, within a 5-year wait for the street opening permit in regards to Mammoth Road. If so, service could be shut off and cut at sidewalk curb. But then who would be responsible for the service line from Mammoth Road to the sidewalk after the project is completed? That's where, if the city or the planning board wishes that I had a bond on that, I would. So I would be responsible for taking care of that. That was the comments from the city departments and the planning and development.
The city engineer. July 6th.
It's the first one I had, I believe.
Yeah, I think you mentioned July 6th when you started,
That's,
Mr. O'Neill. Yeah.
right, city engineer, July 6th. Contractor needs to apply for all city construction permits. Engineering office must be contacted for all site inspections. This includes drainage, paving, and water and sewer service. As-built are to be electronically submitted within 90 days of issuance of occupancy permit. All new utilities must enter the site from East Meadow Road. Mammoth Road was recently paved and is still under moratorium. Traffic signal mast is not shown on the plan. Both the current and proposed locations need to be shown. It's shown, that's shown now on the plan. Ownership of the land at the corner of East Meadow and Mammoth Road, 28 square feet, needs to be determined by an attorney. Like I said, we moved the building back so it doesn't affect that 28 square feet at all. Plan submitted for review, not stamped and signed. The engineer is here. I believe he probably submitted them electronically. I believe the last ones we delivered were stamped. If it wasn't, it was an error on my part. CB frame does not have to be city standard since it will be private. Driveway permit is required, trench permit is required. Dew bounds need to be installed or reset. City work hours are 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Saturday. Extended hours can be arranged with DPW permission. All street markings and signage to be placed within the row must meet the current edition of the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices with the appropriate MassDOT amendments. Notification policy. Beginning November 25th, 2008, all city departments will require contractors and others doing work that will inconvenience businesses and residents to provide advance notice of all activities. Notice shall include the nature of the activity, the dates and the times it will occur, the likely impacts, and a point of contact. Departments will inform contractor of this requirement when they apply for permits or schedule a police detail. Parking. Parking is not allowed on Mammoth Road. Applicants should verify the parking ordinance on East Meadow Road. I have not done that yet as of this time. Plan shows a building entrance and stairs leading to Mammoth Road. We recommend that this entrance be changed to an emergency exit and the stairs removed from the plans. Our concern is that vehicles will pull up over to let passengers disembark and enter the store. These vehicles will impede traffic and defeat the no parking ordinance. That's the purpose of having a fire entrance. Sidewalk. Curbing on city streets must be vertical. Granite VA4. Sidewalks will be installed on East Meadow Road along the entire frontage of the property. Any damage to sidewalks on Mammoth Road will require full replacement. All concrete sidewalks work must involve full panels. Handicap ramps must be removable, detectable warning pads such as those from ADA Solutions Incorporated. Panels will be black in historic districts and red in other locations. Handicap ramps on both sides of the streets are required. Wheelchair ramps are not drawn to scale. Will they actually fit there where shown? Wheelchair ramps on opposite sides of streets are required but not shown. Detectable warning pads. Panels must be installed per manufacturer instructions. Driveway detail is noted as typical. Since there is only one, the typical note is not necessary. Driveway grades appear to exceed ADA regulations. I believe the engineer says that they will meet them at the time. Stormwater. Contact name must be submitted to engineer for stormwater annual operations and maintenance reports. This responsible person would be identified prior to permits being issued. Construction site entrance must be shown on plan. Locations of dewatering and discharge to be shown on plans. Catchment areas pre and post construction must be shown on plans. Location of erosion control to be shown on plans. Condition of erosion control must be checked after every weather event. Repairs and maintenance must be performed within 24 hours. Snow and ice. How will snow be put in the snow storage since it is behind the dumpster? The purpose of moving it, snow disposal into the city row is strictly prohibited. And them are her comments.
Mr. Chairman, just for the benefit of the public who is here, the plan that the applicant's referring to, which is dated 7/19, was received electronically in the planning office just today, and the planning board and myself just received tonight at this meeting the paper copy of those plans.
So you and no other city departments had a chance to review the plans?
No.
Okay, thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further you want to add, or Mr. Close?
Not this time. Once again, I apologize for the plans being late, but it took extensive site work to locate the street light and the sidewalks.
Anybody here this evening want to speak in favor of this project? In favor? favor? In favor? Hearing none at this point in time, anybody want to speak in opposition?
My name is John Hamblett. I live at 495 Varnum Avenue. I'm co-chair of the Pawtuckettville Citizens Council and speaking on behalf of the PCC. It's difficult to know where to start. We ended the last discussion with the conclusion that it was just too big for this parcel, and that was a 65 by 70 foot building. This is 76, I'm sorry, that was a 76 by 80 foot building. This is 65 by 70 and is still way too large for this site. Some technical questions and some general questions. The snow removal is to be accessed by rolling the dumpsters out. But I believe that there are laws requiring fencing around the dumpsters. And if there are 2 dumpsters with fences around them, none of that area will be accessible. There are going to be 4 condos, approximately 1,800 square feet each. I'm assuming then that this is a 3-story building, but we have no idea because there's no reference to the condos. We have no idea what the building is going to look like. We believe that this building should adhere to the same guidelines, the development guidelines for traditional neighborhoods, which is published by the city of Lowell. And it's very clear that first of all, the setback should be equal to the setback of the other houses on Mammoth Road, which I believe is between 20 and 24 feet. And as we learned in the last session with this parcel and this project, they have 2 front yards, and so the setback should be appropriate for both facing Mammoth Road and East Meadow. None of the aspects that we talked about last time in the Pawtuckettville Master Plan were mentioned because we have no idea what the building is going to look like, and pictures would be helpful. So initially, those are some of our general concerns. We don't know what it's going to look like. It's too big for the parcel. The parking is not going to work. The snow removal is not going to work. And I know there were a number of unanswered questions as we went through the list. At this time, we do have an agreement with the city and confirmed with the city council that if information is delivered at the last minute to one of the land use boards, abutters and interested parties do have the right to ask for a continuance, and we would be doing that. We don't have the most recent plans and did not have an opportunity to look at them. And so while I suspect that there are a number of outstanding issues, we would ask for an opportunity to review the new plans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to speak? In opposition?
Deb Forgione, I'm Mary Freeman. She's an abutter. I'm her daughter. I think the disadvantage is we've been here for like maybe 4 hours and never having the updated plan. So all my notes are only going to refer to what I've got offline. So the disadvantage is we really don't know what the new plan says. So everything I'm going to say to you is really based on the information I had before we got here at 6:30. So with that said, I don't know how much this is going to pertain to it, but John did bring up the fact that the way that that block works and the way that the neighborhood character is, following the rule that the homes on the street, they should all be following the setback. And right now they only have 5 feet 6 inches, and it really should be 24 feet on both sides. So with that in place, with that, the last time we were here for a plan, and here we are today, the plan needs to start from there. So whatever he has on that plan, if it's not 24 feet back, it can't work, it can't be considered. So that's my biggest issue is, plus the safety. If you don't do that 24 feet, if you don't follow what the neighborhood block is, that sight line, you don't have a sight line. And I've seen other neighborhoods and other cities, like Drake, when they approve a project, they need to see a sight line when it's a really busy street. And when you go up to that East Meadow, you want to take a left on Mammoth, or you want to take a right, with that building there, you won't be able to have a sight line. And it's across the street from a bus stop. You can't see when the bus is coming. So there's a lot of issues with that. Let's see, the parking spaces. I am so confused on that plan of parking spaces. It says 8 parking spaces for the condos, but then there's no guest parking. But you can't park on Mammoth Road, so where did the guests park? Because everybody has guests. So that hasn't been factored into it. And then if a fire truck comes to put out a fire, I don't know where the fire truck could possibly fit. And if you can't park on Mammoth Road, then where does the fire truck go? On East Meadow Road? What if there's a bus dropping kids off and then the fire truck pulls up? Let's see, it's unrealistic to have 2 spots for a variety store, especially they have employees. There must be 2 employees, so there goes the 2 parking spots, and again, you can't park on Mammoth Road. So it's unrealistic to have 2 spots for a variety store. And let's see, I also, I'm not sure how this works, but we have comments from people that have emailed to us that live on Lamb Street. I didn't know if I could give those to you and they could be part of the record for their opposition and the ideas that they brought up. Let's see. It says a parking's not allowed on Mammoth Road. Applicant should verify the parking ordinances on East Meadow Road. To not verify them, come here to the board and not know that it just blows this out of the water, because if you can't park on Mammoth Road and you can't park on East Meadow Road, then we wouldn't even be here. So that's incomplete. There's just so many other issues that I could go over, but again, not seeing the plan, I don't know if these are going to apply. So I guess what I would like to do is to be able to, I don't know how it works here with the planning board, but I have Mr. Gregory, let's see here, Heinen, 54 Lamb Street. He's got 6 issues that he'd like to be able to present to the board. So I don't know if it can be read or just given to the city to have in there as an opposition. But he also talks about the congestion at the 4-way stop, which will increase traffic. Egress to 339 Mammoth Road, accessing the development either East Meadow or Mammoth Road will create hazards to the children and residents unless a complete 4-way traffic light is designed, developed, and installed. The egress traffic in the AM from New Hampshire and Mass residents is already taxing to the corner. Safety of school children crossing Mammoth Road at East Meadow Road to get to the school bus will be jeopardized unless the issue is addressed. Costs of this development will have to be covered by the developer, as new revenue from the property taxes will have to fund this additional burden to residents that do not specifically gain from the property. So I don't know if these 6 points can be added to if I can give it to the Judith, if you could make this part of the minutes. There's actually, I don't want to take up any more time and read all 6, but they are such good points that he's really put into words. So I don't know if you want to take this. So I'm not going to take up any more time until I see that plan, and I know other people would like to speak as well. Thank you. I guess what he wanted to know is, everyone sitting here, if you just wanted to know before we started to go one by one, how many of us here want to speak and how many are opposed? Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak in opposition? Yeah, me. Thank you. Hello?
Mary Freeman, Freeman, 17 East Meadow Road. I brought my, wrong glasses, okay. I brought my foundation plan and I bought my site plan. because the measurements that I saw on the plan that we were given were so ludicrous. I wanted you to understand why I'm saying it, okay? My foundation is 40 feet wide. My driveway is 63 inches wide. So on the 339 side, I have 12 and a half feet. The design that we were given was an aluminum fence on a stone wall. There is no stone wall. The aluminum fence was on my walkway, 6.5 feet into my property. There's a slope in the back. I brought a picture if you need to see it. But my backyard is flat. At the edge of my backyard, facing 339, I have an 8 by 8 foot deck and a cyclone fence behind it. He's moving the building back towards my house. How many feet? So where is his driveway going to be? Because he can only, by law, put the parking on his own property. He can't come up to my property. But if he's going to dig this slope so it's flat and it's straight, that's going to damage me. Because those trees, I don't know if you can see them or not, but those trees hold that dirt back. If he removes those trees, the way our neighborhood is my neighbor on the right, her land is higher than mine, my land is higher than 339. Nature, everything runs downhill. With these trees all gone, the integrity of my yard, my dirt, won't be there anymore. I'll lose my deck, I'll lose my yard. And this is such a dangerous, dangerous intersection. Just on the 16th of last month, and it'll be it's a police report. The son-in-law of my neighbor next door was pulling into the driveway. He got hit by someone running really fast around the corner from Mammoth Road, hit his back quarter and his back fender, totaled the car. Thank God he wasn't hurt. That's right near this driveway that they're talking about, that now is going to be a lot smaller. 3 days ago, there was a crash at the driveway, which somebody else here can tell you about. They saw it. I didn't. So now, my question too is, moving the building back, the sight line is even going to be worse. Cars trying to get to Mammoth Road and take a left, going to be a problem. Worst problem would be people going north on Mammoth Road to take a right on East Meadow. That's the bus route as well. We have a bus that comes down East Meadow, takes a left, goes south on Mammoth. The other bus comes up Mammoth, takes a right on East Meadow, every 30 minutes. And the people stand in my driveway to get the buses, because standing anywhere else is kind of dangerous, which is fine, because I have a very wide driveway. We have, when it's reported to the police, and a lot of accidents that happen at that intersection are not reported to police. In the last 2 years, 7 accidents, 2 with severe injuries, and a fatality. We've had other fatalities, not exactly at that corner, but just below it, and so on and so forth. But a lot of these accidents are not reported. I know the one that happened 3 days ago wasn't reported. It's too dangerous. And the other thing is, it seems to me that this building that they're talking about building is kind of a replica of the one that the Pawtucket Diner is in. Now, I bought my house 30 years ago. That Pawtucket Diner was already built when I moved there. And I kind of think that the rules have changed in 30 years. So I don't think you can do a replica. And as far as condo, condo means ownership. Is it commercial? Is it residential? Is there going to be a condo fee? Who's going to pay the insurance on the building? Who's going to pay the maintenance, the chimney, the roof, the siding, the glass? Who's going to take care of the common area? And for people to work in a variety store, which probably won't last very long, because when I first moved into my home, there was a variety store where the Pawtucket Diner is. Didn't last, because people don't walk. It's too dangerous. And even though they could park on Mammoth Road and walk in, why should they do that? There's a variety store at the other end of Mammoth Road, and at the other end of East Meadow Road, and just down on Mammoth Road, there's another variety store. So this variety store is not going to make it. So what we're going to end up having is what? Another pizza place? And there's not enough parking, especially moving the building back. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Frances Draper, and I'm only going to address one issue because I feel my neighbors have brought most of it up, or will. The fact is, I am directly across from a property, and I have a picture too. His driveway that he is proposing is directly in line with mine, and I am the other woman that had the accident this week. I had a friend come over, and in backing out, at the same time, we had a car coming out of the other driveway, out of his property, and smash. Now, when I first moved there 15 years ago, I was only living there a few months. When I was sideswiped, I see accidents constantly. I see them running through the intersection. They don't look at the lights. And that's what happened to me when I first moved there. I had someone hit me, went right through. So that is my concern, is safety. The buses stop there, the kids come off on the sidewalk next to me. People wait at the corner on my side for the buses. I see the kids crossing every morning. There are bicycles constantly, but the issue with me is the safety. When he has trucks delivering merchandise coming out, the trash, the pickup, it's one entrance. And it's not big enough for this type of vehicle, so they're going to be pushing and backing into my driveway. And I have children that are there, and I'm very concerned. That's all I have to say at this time, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Gail Frace, and to some extent, I'm going to echo some of what my neighbors have said, that I'm very concerned about the setback, and I'm also a little surprised that it's still an issue. When we were here before, this body before, we mentioned concerns about the setback. When we went before the ZBA, we discussed the section of the code or the master plan that indicated that setbacks were to be consistent with the neighboring properties. A question that I hear a lot we talked about how this was a traditional mixed-use area and not a commercial area such as the lower end of Mammoth Road, and a question that I hear from neighbors regarding the new Domino's building is sort of like, how were they allowed to do that? It's made that intersection a lot more dangerous. As has been mentioned with the buses, and I'm not sure if sidewalks come out of that property or come out of the street, but I think any constriction or additional traffic at that intersection is dangerous. The line of sight is restricted for drivers, pedestrians, cyclists. As mentioned, larger vehicles have issues with turning, whether that's a bus, a tractor trailer, or a fire truck. It's an issue. One of my concerns is with the variety store, or if it turns into a pizza parlor, is a business that has a quick turnaround, because I'm concerned about that bringing additional traffic, that if people are, heading south on Mammoth Road and then turn onto East Meadow to pull into the parking lot, do their business, and then go back out if they're not there for very long, that just, suddenly instead of one car becomes, in essence, two cars, because it goes through the intersection twice, adding to congestion, pollution, and general frustration. One of the things that was discussed with the ZBA is that aside from rush hour, that this is a quiet neighborhood, and a business that's going to be open a long time is likely to be disruptive as far as noise. One of the, I guess, some minds think alike. Looking on Google Earth, there's a convenience store that's less than 1,700 feet away from this intersection on Textile and Old Meadow Road, and the 7-Eleven is less than a half mile away. This isn't providing a service that isn't easily available elsewhere. I'm glad to see that supposedly there's more open design with this, but I've got sort of the same questions that have been raised about the size of the building and where it's being situated on the lot. I think one of the things that was mentioned that I'm not quite sure on are the number of trash receptacles or dumpsters, because it was my understanding that Gunther's comment was that businesses needed a second dumpster specifically for cardboard. And in looking, I don't know if this is not something that the city's considered doing, but in looking at the plans for the Lawrence Street lot, I noticed that they had a graphic scale on it, which for where I work, graphic scales are required for plans. I don't know if the city does that, because at least the plan that was online only had the 1 equals 20 feet and the 1 equals 10 feet. So unless you're able to print something out at the original size, it's sort of difficult to really look at measurements. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Richard Demers, 44 Lamb Street. I didn't appear at the first presentation, but I kind of felt compelled to come here this evening and listen to all the comments, and I apologize for the redundancy, but it is a safety hazard. That's the main concern. Sitting here thinking about a variety store, and thinking about when I was a kid 100 years ago, but kids are going to run into the store, the bus stop's right across the street, they're going to come flying through the store, they're going to see the bus, they're going to come flying across Mammoth Road, and someone's going to get killed. It's just human nature. We've all done it. As kids and as adults, I've done it. And the same thing, you pull up to the store, there's no place to park, what are you going to do? The business owners aren't going to go out and say, you can't park on Mammoth Road, they won't let us. Someone's going to park their car there. And it's going to be 4:30 in the afternoon, and traffic is already backed up to 7th Avenue. It's just kind of crazy. It's a very crazy intersection, and I fear for the safety for the people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Evening, Scott Mackenzie, M-A-C-K-N-Z-I-E, 60 Lamb Street. I'm in a butter. I'm actually going to start off with something positive. The original plan, we were concerned about where he had placed the dumpster, especially me, since it was right next to my picnic area. He moved it. The original plan didn't have anything to do with residential he added residential. The original plan had, he was asking for a butters variance of very few feet. I forget what it was, 5.66. He increased it, at least what we originally had recently, about 22 feet. So some of the concerns that I specifically had and others, he addressed coming in tonight. The only problem is I spent weeks with the neighbors going over the plan that was originally submitted. Then he walked in here today, oh, here's the new plan. Nothing ticks me off more to be a resident of this city, to have information available to me that we can go through, just like you guys do. You have it ahead of time. That way you can formulate your questions and concerns. We've sat here for over 4 hours. Here's a new plan. I don't know what to ask. I don't know what to say. The board should grant a continuance without further delay, so we can all sit back again and look over exactly what he is now proposing, so we can then come back in with some solid, concrete questions, not conjecture. That's important. That's why we're here. That's why you were here. It's a complete disservice. I don't know what to say. Aggravated. I wanted to come in and praise him for some of the things that he did, which I did, but it's kind of like false praise, because he goes ahead and does things that we've, concerned about, but then he pulls this. And I don't care what's said about, oh, it's last minute. We just did it. Really? So those plans were just printed up this morning? Really? Nice. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Same concerns as previous. Traffic study needs to be done, period. Just needs to be done. And if it comes back and says, you know what, for what he's proposing, for what we've seen there, these are our issues, let him address them. I've said before, this is his property, he wants to build on it. I get that. As long as it's within the city's guidelines, the state guidelines, and he meets some of our concerns in the neighborhood. That's realistic. But a traffic study needs to be done. I have yet to see that. We've asked for that time and time again. Where's the traffic study? The other thing, he went from 2-story, and it looked like, from what I was reading, now it's a 3-story. That doesn't fit. I'm going to be looking out my backyard to the back of a mixed-use building now. Right now, there's some beautiful trees, the back of the house that's there now. I can see Mammoth Road, I can see East Meadow. That's not going to happen anymore. So I think, working a little bit further on trying to, put something a little bit more appropriate in there. I've said the traffic, the parking spots. I had the same concern when I looked at his old plan, where he has so many spots allotted. Well, I've met the required minimum, and I have 3 extra. Well, if you've got retail space in there, there's going to be people coming in. There's going to be visitors coming in for the apartments. There's going to be people coming into the variety store. There's no way 3 spots is adequate. Just isn't. That's the 3 additional spots. He's covered the 2 for the apartments and 2 for the retail and 3 for the variety, I think. And it leaves 3 additional spots. So there's going to be no business going in there. There's going to be no visitors. That needs to be addressed before we can go further. Did I forget anything? And I praise you, Steve. Keep up the good work in addressing some of these concerns so we can get your project built. That would be nice.
Well, Scott, just to comment on one thing.
Yes, sir.
The only plans that are properly in front of us tonight are not what we just received. As I noted on my plan, I got mine at 9:27, so these don't count. So we're going on the plans.
Yeah,
that were
I
submitted
just have
prior.
something old and,
So the only thing that's properly in front of us tonight is the old plans that were submitted.
and it's been changed.
Right, so those changes.
Okay,
don't
so
do me any good.
I think,
Don't do me any
until,
good.
so you guys can evaluate
Go out
and
to
we
the site,
can.
we look them all over. For us to get them at this time of night, staff hasn't got them. They're not properly in front of us, and that's not what we're considering tonight, the new plans.
Awesome.
We're going by the old plans. At least that's what I'm concerned of, because that's what our regulations in.
So hopefully you'll have a continuance so we can all
Either that or we
review
can
what.
act on the plans the old plans.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Anybody else want to speak? Anybody else? Anybody else? I'll get to that one. I want to see if anybody wants to speak first. Okay, anybody else want to speak? Okay. Is there anybody here who hasn't spoke, who's against the project, wants to show by set of hands that has not spoke? Okay. So I have an issue of 4, 5, 6, I get 6, 7 more people who have not spoke. So other people who've already spoke, we have in. So it's the people who haven't spoke yet, who are against it.
1, 2,
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, thank you. So we have additional 5 other people who are against, 7 in opposition who have not spoken. Okay. 8. The ones who haven't spoke. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. This time, I'm going to turn it over to the planning board staff. Or let me start with Judy. You have any further comments, Judy? I mean, as you know and I know, the plans we got tonight, there's nothing we can do with those. They're not valid for the public hearing tonight.
Right. I think one of the primary issues is the sidewalk and the layout of the sidewalk and the handicap accessible ramps, the retaining wall, and the existence of the signal head. I've spoken to the engineering department extensively about, again, the 28 square feet that's in dispute. And there, as with many street layouts, there was a taking when East Meadow Road was laid out back in the late 19th century. The street layout plan shows for each property the taking and also the description, the meets and bounds description mentions and describes each piece of property that was taken. And I would have to get this confirmed in writing from the engineering department, but I did speak to Peter Mahoney, who's one of the engineers with the most experience in that department, and he said a lot of times when there is a taking of property for a street layout, it often is not recorded in the deed for that property. So he, again, I'd have to get it in writing from the engineering company. He believes that the takings were all properly done at the time.
I know one of the comments was that the lawyers would have to work it out, so if the lawyers have to work it out, I imagine one of the lawyers have to be on behalf of the applicant.
Yes.
I don't know any other lawyer's gonna do it. We'll get to you. I'm speaking with Judy.
Yeah, and also, I do agree with some of the comments made by the residents, and I've talked to the applicant about this, the fact that there are no elevations and that the board would
Right.
require elevations to show the design of, I mean, this is a new mixed-use building on a very prominent corner in the neighborhood. The height of the building would be something that should be looked at by the board, the entrance, and also the neighbors would want to see the elevations, and not only the elevations from the street view, but the elevations of any proposed walls or fencing, and there are walls abutting the properties that are proposed, walls and fence that the applicants propose. So all of those elevations would be very important to see. And again, that was part of the comments.
And for the site plan requirement, shouldn't we have the architectural plans as well? I mean,
Yes.
for the special permit, I meant to say?
Yes.
For the neighborhood character?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, yep.
Thank you.
Thing looks like.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill, you got a question?
They're being worked on, they weren't done, but I'll have them with the architect.
All right, I'll turn it over. Any of the board members have any questions at this time?
I have none.
I do.
Sure, Mr. Boyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have a question for Judy. Judy, when you saw the comment from the city engineer about the Mammoth Road entrance needing to not be used as an entrance, the access needed to come from a parking lot. Did you have any concerns from a pedestrian perspective to having the access come off of the parking lot only?
Well, I did have the same concern that the traffic engineer noted, that if the access was going to be from the parking lot, there did seem to be a wall that, and there didn't seem to be a noticeable entrance from the parking lot to the building that was noted on the plan. There was that dark line which denoted either the building or a wall there. So that needed to be further explained, the actual entrance from the parking lot, pedestrian entrance to the building. So, yes, and also the customer access to the building, yes, that's an issue.
Yeah, that, I absolutely see where the city engineer is coming from, but when you think about the goals and the purposes of the TMU district, of developing, walkable, pedestrian-oriented neighborhoods, putting in a store where the only access is off of the parking lot and there's not really a pedestrian access, that doesn't strike me as right either. If there can't be an entrance to the store off of Mammoth Road, maybe there should be one off of East Meadow Road, as opposed to off of the parking lot, and that should be the front of the retail unit. Another question. Okay, the other question I had. This issue of the development standards, I'd like to get an opinion, and I don't necessarily need it tonight, but would it really be the case that a mixed commercial residential building located in a TMU district should meet the setbacks consistent with the block of the residential buildings nearby that are in a residential district and not in that TMU district? Is my question clear?
Yeah, there's not a specific design requirement.
This standard of...
In the zoning, there's not a specific design requirement.
Right, it is not a standard in the zoning. What there is the design guidebook, which is a resource for us to use in the discretionary part of our responsibilities. And it is the case that if somebody was going into a residential district, historic, one of our traditional neighborhoods, and there is a consistent setback of those houses along the block, they should, and they're putting in one house in an empty lot in the middle of those houses, that house should be consistent with the setbacks on the block. That's absolutely true. Same thing if we have a commercial district and there's a bunch of commercial buildings, someone's putting one more commercial building, that commercial building should be consistent with what's around it. Now, where we have a lot, which is TMU district, and it abuts residential uses in residential districts next to it, is that mixed commercial building supposed to be set back the same as the single-family home buildings that abutting it? I think we need to take a closer look at that question, because I'm not sure what the design book is actually saying about that situation. But I appreciate Mr. Hamblett raising the question, because it's something we need to look into. Oh, and I had one other question for the applicant. There seems to be an inconsistency on your plan in one of the notes, and I'm not sure what exactly it is you're proposing in your landscaping. So flipping to the plan, which has the statement, yes, proposed site plan, parking plan, says up in the right corner. There is a note that says, down on the bottom here, next to, on the lot line with Daniel Fournier. 6-foot vinyl fence throughout, replace existing stockade fence, arborvitae trees throughout every 10 feet. And then you look at the actual drawing, and you can see trees every 10 feet along those lot lines, but it appears, but you